And a quorum is present. So I will call this meeting of the Plan Commission of November 13th to order. First, we'll get some information from our technical facilitator. Jesse?
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After all registrants speak, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jesse. First is public comment, and I don't believe we have anyone registered for public comment. Okay, correct. Thank you. Next, communications, disclosures, and recusals. Many members of the body should make any required disclosures or recusals under the city's ethics code. Commissioner Shepard.
Yes, item 14 that deals with Madison College. Just to disclose, I'm an employee at Madison College, but I have no involvement with this particular matter.
Thank you. Any other disclosures or recusals? Seeing no raised hands, we'll move on then to the minutes of October 30th. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion to approve? Moved by Alder Field. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Duncan. I will assume unanimous consent. Commissioner Heck.
Yes, I'll need to abstain, having not been at that meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And I will assume unanimous consent, except for the abstention of Commissioner Heck, unless there is a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hand, the motion passes unanimously. Upcoming meetings. We have a regular meeting on Monday, November 27th and December 11th at 5:30. Both of those are virtual meetings. Then we have a special meeting on Thursday, December 7th, and that one will be at 5 o'clock rather than 5:30 in room 354 of the City County Building. Next, we will go to the consent agenda. The following agenda items are proposed for the consent agenda, plus one for referral. So agenda item 2, agenda item 3 for referral, agenda item 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 14, 21, 22, 23, 24. Are there, hold on, I just gotta take care of that. Are there any requests for separation? Seeing no raised hands, I will read each of those items into the record. Agenda item 2, Legistar 80492, vacating and discontinuing multiple unimproved public street right-of-ways within the plat of Acacia Ridge to allow the replatting of a portion of the development being located at the northeast quarter of the southeast quarter of Section 28, Township 7 North, Range 8 East, City of Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin, District 1. And then for referral, agenda item 3, Legistar 80662. On the consent agenda, agenda item 4, Legistar 79970, located at 9454 Spirit Street and 353 Bear Claw Way, District 9, consideration of a conditional use in the suburban residential Very 2 district for a multifamily dwelling to allow construction of a 3-story 59-unit apartment building. Agenda item 5, Legistar 79971, located at 9503 Elderberry Road, 354 Bear Claw Way, District 9, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential urban 1 district for a multi-family dwelling with greater than 60 units to allow construction of a 4-story 162-unit apartment building. Agenda item 7, Legistar 79962, located at 112 South Hancock Street, First Settlement Historic District, District 6, consideration of a conditional use in the downtown residential 1 district for a multifamily dwelling to allow a 3-family dwelling to be converted into a 5-unit multifamily dwelling. Agenda item 9, Legistar 79969, approving the preliminary plat and final plat of the Village of Autumn Lake replat number 8 on property addressed as 2012 through 2208 Wood Sorrel Street and 901 through 937 Firefly Drive, District 17. Agenda item 11. Legistar 80214, located at 1129 through 1133 East Wilson Street, District 6, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional employment district for freestanding vending located within 200 feet of the property line of a lot with a residential use to allow food carts and trucks, excuse me, in the parking lot of a brew pub. Agenda item 13, Legistar 80222, located at 4402 Brant Road, District 16, consideration of a conditional use in the Industrial General District for a landfill to allow Dane County to construct a sanitary landfill. Heather, could you comment on the additional condition for that, please?
Sure. Yes, and I believe it could still stay on consent. Thank you for seeing my hand. I wanted the commission to know that there was some confusion regarding stormwater related conditions on the Dane County landfill. There was a separate agreement between the county and the city that the landfill would follow the older county stormwater regulations as the landfill was being approved. And so if the Plan Commission is comfortable with it, an additional note on the conditions would read, conditions related to stormwater management may be changed based on approval by the city engineer and the city attorney.
Thank you very much, Heather. Moving on then to agenda item 14, Legistar 80332, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinance to change the zoning of property located at 1849 Wright Street, 12th Alder District from Industrial Limited to Campus Institutional District. Agenda item 21, Legistar 80330, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 4510 through 4514 Packers Avenue, 18th Alder District from Agricultural District to Suburban Residential Consistent 3 District. Agenda item 22, Legistar 80003, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Robert Sands / Sands Revocable Trust / Sands Irrevocable Trust located at 4510 through 4514 Packers Avenue, District 18. Agenda items 23 and 24. 23, Legistar 80331, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 5803 Lean Road, 17th Alder District, from temporary agriculture district to traditional residential plan district, District 17. Agenda item 24, Legistar 79968, approving the preliminary plat for the East Meadow Estates on property addressed as 5803 Lean Road, Alder District 17. And that is it for the consent agenda. Is there a motion on the consent agenda? Commissioner Heck.
Yes, I'll move approval of the consent agenda, including referral of item number 3.
Thank you. Seconded by Alder Figueroa Cole. Thank you. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the consent agenda passes unanimously. Okay, the first item then on our agenda is to come before us then, other than the consent agenda, is agenda item 6, Legistar 79018, located at 131 West Wilson Street, Alder District 4, consideration of an alteration to an approved conditional use in urban mixed-use zoning to approve amended plans for exterior lighting on a 15-story, 263-unit apartment building. And I believe that we will hear from Heather. And I was the one who had this pulled off of the consent agenda, and I did that because I was hearing a lot of concerns about the lighting, and I just wanted to make sure that the public and plan commissioners are aware of what has happened since our last meeting to refer this. Heather?
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I think the best way to do this is through a quick visual that is from the applicant team and was presented to the Urban Design Commission on November 1st. So what you have before you is a before and after your September 18th meeting. The image on the left was the night rendering of the building at 131 West Wilson Street. And you can see, for lack of a better term, stripes, vertical stripes here and a horizontal stripe on the top of the building. Those lighting fixtures have been changed in the image to the right, which is the after, or the current proposal. And basically the steps were taken to make sure that that light was focused inward to the building and that fixtures were fully cut off and not shining out or up into the sky, that, they were basically, the light is blocked by the building. The specific fixtures that were changed, and I won't go into great detail, but were L3 and L4, which are shown here in this image. So again, at your September 18th meeting, the Plan Commission referred this back to the Urban Design Commission, wanting to make sure that the UDC was looking at the downtown and urban design guidelines and lighting details before it returned back to Plan Commission. The Urban Design Commission did grant final design approval on November 1st. And so it's back here before the Plan Commission as requested this evening with a recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Heather. Are there any questions of Heather in regard to this? Seeing no raised hands, is there a motion? Commissioner Heck.
Excuse me while I clear my throat. I will move. I got to make sure I have the motion right. Sorry, I'm not quite caught up. Here we are. Okay, I'll move approval of the conditional use at 131 West Wilson Street with regard to the amended plans for exterior lighting.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepard. Commissioner Heck, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I do not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments? Discussion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote and I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on, agenda item 8, Legistar 79963, located at 702 through 726 South High Point Road and 601 through 701 South Junction Road, District 1. Consideration of an alteration to an approved planned development district specific implementation plan to allow a private school tenant in the existing Holy Name Heights / Bishop O'Connor Center mixed use development. First, we will hear from staff member Tim Parks. Tim.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Plan Commission. Number 8 is a Plan Commission alteration to the Plan Development Specific Implementation Plan for the Holy Name Heights Bishop O'Connor Seminary Mixed-Use Development at 702 through 726 South High Point Road on the west side of the city. The request before the Plan Commission is a request to amend the zoning text for the project to include schools, public and private, to allow space within the existing facility to be occupied by St. Ambrose Academy, which is a private private school, grades 6 to 12, proposing to occupy 23,730 square feet of space on the first and second floors of the building. With initial enrollment of around 165 students, looking ahead to 280 students. The question before the Plan Commission is whether the request before the Commission is consistent with the concept that was approved by the Common Council in consideration of the standards for plan developments. The Holy Name Heights property became a planned development in December of 2014 when the property was rezoned from Ag and SRC1 to PD to allow the introduction of 53 market rate apartments, as well as formalize a catering business that occupied space in the building, which also includes offices for the Diocese of Madison, a place of worship, and other institutional related uses within the structure. So became a planned development, but the zoning text did not include schools, public or private. And so the question before the Plan Commission is whether that use can be added to the zoning text. Planning staff has reviewed the project and believes that it would be appropriate to add the use to the list of uses allowed on the site. The site is recommended for special institutional uses in the comprehensive plan and has been going back before the 2006 comprehensive plan land use maps. It's shown as special institutional in the 2018 comprehensive plan. And the building was originally used among its uses at the time of construction in 1963 was for a school. So we feel that introducing a school is consistent with the land use designation and the approvals granted in 2014. And I would be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. I will open the public hearing. The first registrant we will hear from is Rick Mills, Meadowview Lane, Lodi, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, representing St. Ambrose Academy. Rick, you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rick Mills. I'm the parent of 3 St. Ambrose graduates and current president of St. Ambrose Academy. Leasing space at Holy Name Heights presents St. Ambrose with a wonderful opportunity. The location is ideal. The west side of Madison has been our home for St. Ambrose for the last 20 years. The available space at Holy Name Heights fits perfectly with our planned growth and the limited class sizes of our small school. Small class sizes are an essential element of our Socratic method of teaching and our classical education model. After years of looking at building sites, looking to renovate an existing property, and even building a new school, leasing space at Holy Name Heights has a lot to offer. With over 229,000 square feet of building space and sitting on 72 acres, the Holy Name Heights facility has more than ample space to accommodate St. Ambrose and all the current occupants. St. Ambrose would only occupy about 11% of the building. At Holy Name Heights, our students will have access to a large chapel, allowing the entire school to attend Mass together. A large commons area will allow the students to enjoy lunch together rather than eating in their classrooms. Other amenities include a gym, an athletic field, outdoor green space, and a baseball diamond. Most of these amenities have not been available to us for the past and present location. The safety of our students and other Holy Name Heights occupants is of paramount importance to us. Holy Name Heights was originally built as a school. St. Ambrose would occupy the second and third floors of the 4-story northeast wing. The layout will allow us to maintain secure separation of students from the other occupants. 85% or more of our students' school day will be spent in secure areas of the school. Access to school areas will be controlled through the use of electronic access controls and security cameras. Students will not be allowed in any of the corridors and common areas where the other tenants and businesses reside. Anytime students are not within the secure school area, they will have adult supervision. Such times would be going outdoors for recess, going to the gym for physical education, or attending Mass in the chapel. St. Ambrose is an independent Catholic school, and the opportunity to partner with the Diocese of Madison is a wonderful opportunity. Thank you for allowing me to share this with you.
Thank you, Rick. Our next registrant that we'll hear from is Angela Heinlein, Windward Way, Oregon, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, representing St. Ambrose Academy. Angela, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Angela Heinlein. I've been connected to St. Ambrose Academy as a parent, English teacher, and musical director since 2007, and moved into my current position as Director of Enrollment and Learning Services in 2019. I'm here today to introduce you to St. Ambrose Academy from an educator's perspective. St. Ambrose Academy is a niche school in the Diocese of Madison. Our Catholic classical curriculum makes us unique. We train our students in the time-tested disciplines of grammar, logic, and rhetoric. We also offer our students the opportunity to grow in virtue in a Christ-centered environment, a place where each person is called to treat their neighbor as themselves. Our goal is to not only build up great thinkers, but most importantly, to form great people. We are very intentional about how we treat one another. Fostering a safe and nurturing environment for all learners requires strategic supervision. We give our students lots of love and encouragement, but because we care deeply about their growth as people, we are clear and consistent about our code of conduct. We expect our young people to follow the rules and to treat one another, authority figures, and guests with the greatest respect. We believe discipline is a necessary part of teaching students the difference between right and wrong, and we actively mentor students who struggle in those areas. We believe that high expectations and clear boundaries help form a proper attitude and great behavior, which is good for everyone. These high expectations make our school a great neighbor to others. So what will it be like having St. Ambrose in the building? Our school year runs from Labor Day to Memorial Day. Our students arrive at 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. and would enter through the main building entrance, just a 30-second walk from the school's secured, controlled entrance on the first floor. Our school day ends at 3:20 p.m. with a limited number of after-school activities like cross-country, basketball, and drama practice. 85% of our school day is spent in the classroom, where students are quietly engaged in the curriculum. Anytime we'd be outside our segregated space for activities like mass, physical education, and recess, students would be supervised by teachers. Our educational community has a great deal of experience operating in shared space. St. Ambrose Academy spent 17 years housed within St. Thomas Aquinas' education wing. Our staff and our students care deeply about the impact that we have on other people. If we are permitted to lease at Holy Name Heights, our staff and our students will be well trained in the protocols and boundaries of the lease. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Angela. We will next hear from Michael Wick, South High Point Road, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing the Diocese of Madison. Michael, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, Michael, you're still muted on your end.
Okay,
There
I got
you go.
it. Thank you. My name is Michael Wick, and I serve as Chief of Staff for the Diocese of Madison. I'm also a resident at Holy Name Heights since July of 2022. Since November 2022, I've headed an exploration committee investigating the possibility of St. Ambrose becoming an anchor tenant on this 70-plus acre campus, the exact site where a high school seminary once operated. Bishop Hine firmly believes that the diocese must be good stewards of its resources, including Holy Name Heights, and also wants to support the St. Ambrose's mission of educating and informing young disciples. After many months of initial internal discussion and from feedback received from residents during a town hall meeting, online survey, and a recent meeting with Alder John Duncan, critical concerns such as safety and security, traffic and parking, construction and sound abatement have been duly noted and will be fully addressed as the process unfolds. Should the rezoning be approved and a long-term lease worked out, there's 10 months to continue consulting with experts and other authorities to ensure a safe, secure, and healthy coexistence of all communities involved, residential, commercial, and educational, here at Holy Name Heights. The Diocese of Madison, as well as St. Ambrose, is committed to making safety and security our number one priority. Added measures will include upgrades such as additional security cameras, new alarms, a double entry monitored system at the front entrance. And at the November 6th gathering facilitated by the Alder, it was suggested that the northeast side of the building should be seriously considered as a segregated school entrance. Both the diocese and the school are very open to discuss this possibility. We will work with Gorman to establish better communication system for all residents, even if St. Ambrose does not become a tenant. We will collaborate with proper authorities to create detailed plans for emergencies such as building lockdown or evacuation. In fact, November 20th, active shooter and violence training will be offered by the Dane County Sheriff's Office at Holy Name Heights for Catholic Charity and diocesan staff. We can never be too prepared for the unexpected. To be clear, if allowed to relocate onto the Holy Name campus, St. Ambrose students will never be unsupervised outside their segregated and secured school area. Moreover, they will always be accompanied by a faculty or staff member when going to the main chapel or upon entering or leaving the building. I appreciate this opportunity to address the members of our Planning Commission.
Thank you very much, Michael. We will next hear from Registrant James Bartola, High Point Road, in support, wishing to speak, representing the Roman Catholic Diocese. James, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, thank you to the Plan Commission for their civic service and for letting me speak. My name is Monsignor Jim Bartilla. I'm a priest and the Vicar General for the Diocese of Madison. I also represent Bishop Donald Hine. As you know, the Diocese of Madison owns Holy Name Heights. In addition to being a Catholic priest, I am the longest resident of Holy Name Heights at 19 plus years and continuing. The Diocese of Madison has four purposes for proposing that St. Ambrose Academy locate into the current Catholic Charities commercial space at Holy Name Heights. First, their presence furthers the mission of the church in providing Catholic education, future generations of young people who will benefit society and the church. Second, St. Ambrose Academy as a tenant will support the financial stewardship of Holy Name Heights for the benefit of both the diocese and its current apartment residents. During the most recent renovation of the building in 2016, the remaining deficit was structurally forecast at that time, even with anchor tenants like the Diocese of Madison and Catholic Charities building. Third, Holy Name Heights and its campus is an iconic property for the west side of Madison. It's a legacy for the Catholic Church in Madison, and the property's continuing school elements of pool, gym, chapel, and auditorium were part of the historic designation by the National Park Service in the 2016 renovation. Also, the property was initially a residential high school for its first 32 years from 1963 to 1995. Fourth, the property's green space, its architectural significance, and its ability to produce students to become future societal leaders makes it of civic import. Holy Name Heights has been a multi-use building since 1998, with residence and other wider uses in the vast building since the high school closed in 1995. Since reopening in 1998, the property had been a retreat center with outside groups using the facility. The UW Badger football team practiced and lived there during many summers, and retired priests lived in the building amid the building's varied uses. Holy Name Heights continues today to welcome outside groups who use conference space at Holy Name Heights through their connection to the Diocese of Madison or Catholic Charities. So I have a unique perspective of knowing St. Ambrose Academy since it was established in 2003, and I've been a resident of Holy Name Heights since 2004. The Holy Name Heights building was designed as a sprawling residential high school campus, so multiple uses are easily segregated in the building for the benefit and security and safety of all. The Bishop of Madison is also a resident of Holy Name Heights and knows St. Ambrose Academy well. Both of us who are residents believe that St. Ambrose Academy will add to the property's vitality while allowing for a thriving living, working, and educational environment on the west side of Madison with conserved green space that provides a peaceful oasis in an increasingly developed and busy far west side of Madison.
Thank you, James. That concludes your available time. Next registrant is James Debelson, Hillcrest Drive, Fort Atkinson, in support wishing to speak, representing Catholic Charities of Madison. James, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Plan Commission, for the opportunity to speak in favor of the proposal in Holy Name Heights. My name is James Debelson, and I'm the Director of Communications and Catholic Identity for Catholic Charities, which currently occupies the space being proposed for the private school tenant, St. Ambrose Academy. Catholic Charities provide social services throughout southern Wisconsin, particularly in Madison and Dane County, with programs such as the Beacon Homeless Day Shelter, substance use treatment, school-based mental health support, adult day services, in-home companionship, and mobile food pantries. This plan would help Catholic Charities right-size the space we utilize for administrative and program operations at Holy Name Heights, enabling us to be better stewards of the resources entrusted to us to serve those in need. The leadership of Catholic Charities fully supports the plan which has been presented. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you, James. Our next registrant is Ronald Trachtenberg, Century Avenue, Middleton, in support wishing to speak, representing St. Ambrose Academy. Ronald, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I have the privilege of representing St. Ambrose. This is a unique building and a unique school. There'll be some testimony later on that you shouldn't mix schools with residential uses, but this is not a residential building. This is, you've heard, a true mixed-use building. Early on, the objections that were had were related to privacy. I don't believe there's any significant issues as the residential privacy issues. What there are safety issues, mixing a residential and other uses with a school use. All I can say is I was at the meeting that was held this past Sunday, in which the safety and concerns were set forth in exact detail. And every question that was asked, the responding school persons who are knowledgeable in that area were able to address those exact safety issues. I have had discussions with Alder Duncan, and we have decided, or he suggested, and I agreed to on behalf of the school, St. Ambrose agrees to, an additional condition that the safety concerns and the safety features of this program be reviewed by the police department, fire department, and building inspection as an additional condition of approval. We believe that we can meet all safety concerns. We believe that with the review of the additional staff, we believe that that's simply icing on the cake, a further emphasis and guarantee that we will have a safe campus for all users. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Our next registrant is Joshua Zimmerman, State Road, Blanchardville, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, representing St. Ambrose Academy.
Good evening. My name
Josh, you've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Zimmerman. I am currently a senior at St. Ambrose Academy. I am here to speak on the subject of St. Ambrose's academic impact on my life. That takes a lot more than 3 minutes, so to sum up all the priceless values that St. Ambrose has given me academically, allow me to present one word: virtue. From this, many more things follow. The curriculum at St. Ambrose Academy, though manageable, is rigorous and demanding. It doesn't let you be lax in any area. There is no room for procrastination and little room for error, though the teachers and faculty are there to help you when you slip. Because of this, as a student, I have developed the virtues of academic discipline, grit, and the love of learning. These are all things I find incredibly rare when I look at kids in other schools. They see learning as a chore and a burden. I see it as a privilege and a joy. Because of the curriculum at St. Ambrose Academy, and because of my desire to learn, I've earned a 3.9 GPA over my high school years and have been accepted to every college I've applied to, including UW campuses in Platteville and Milwaukee, as well as Michigan Technological University, a flagship university for engineering, with offers from all three for direct admittance to their best engineering programs, no gen ed needed. I can't say where I'd be if not for St. Ambrose, but I can say that I would not be where I am academically if not for my 7-year career here at St. Ambrose Academy. If I had been anywhere else, I wouldn't have made it. For me, just the same for everyone, the road ahead gets tougher, but perhaps the best part about St. Ambrose, perhaps the best part about the St. Ambrose curriculum is that it is designed to prepare students to take on the workloads of even the toughest colleges. And I don't just say that out of blind hope, I've seen it in action. I've watched my older siblings and their friends who graduated from the academy breeze their way through college to earn multiple degrees in various fields. I know that St. Ambrose is the only beginning of the rest of my life, but I know that it's the best beginning I could ever hope to ask for, because this school hasn't just given me a bunch of facts and empirical knowledge for me to mindlessly regurgitate later. It has given me a toolbox that I can use, and have already begun to use, to blaze my trail through my future. To quote the motto, the school has taught me to think, and that's the most powerful tool anyone can have. And for me, it's one that's already paying off. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Our next registrant is Mary Gillette, Miller Road, Verona, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, representing St. Ambrose Academy. Mary, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Gillette, and I am a senior at St. Ambrose Academy. St. Ambrose has given me many gifts, but most importantly, it has allowed me to grow ever deeper in my faith.
Mary,
my faith is very important to me. And
Mary,
yeah,
your speaker, is breaking up. So can you adjust that so we can actually hear you?
Sure. Is this better?
Yes, it seems that it is.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Gillette, and I am a senior at St. Ambrose Academy. St. Ambrose has given me many gifts, but most importantly, it has allowed me to grow ever deeper in my faith. My faith is very important to me, and being able to go to school and not only learn about the history and aspects of Catholicism, but also to be surrounded by young students just like me who want to grow in their relationships with the Lord has really helped me to continue in my faith journey. My friends and I will attend Mass together on weekdays in our school oratory during our advisory time because we each know how wonderful it is to receive the sacrament of the Holy Eucharist, and we do it together, which strengthens our friendships with one another. Every week we have a prayer group with the girls in our high school to simply talk about our faith and how we can better live it in our everyday activities, or we meditate on just how deeply we are each loved by God. And it isn't just the students at St. Ambrose that urge me forward in my faith journey. I am surrounded by a mass of wonderful teachers, each of whom cares for me and knows me for who I am. So far this year, I have already asked many of them various deep philosophical questions about the Bible or why the church says this, or how to better participate at Mass. My teachers are knowledgeable and loving, striving to make me a better person. New to student life this year are small groups of each class, meeting every month where we are able to talk and share more intimate things with our close friends. These groups encourage students to talk openly about their faith and any ways in which they are struggling or need prayers. These spiritual groups will really help unite students more closely and focus every group of friends more readily on the Lord and the ways that He touches each one of us. St. Ambrose is a place where encountering the Lord is encouraged and made possible by all the loving teachers and by the flood of conviction for Christ in the student body. I am truly grateful to St. Ambrose and credit it for a lot of the spiritual leaps that I have made so far in my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Our next registrant is Thomas Solist, High Point Road, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Thomas, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Tom Solis. I'm a resident of Holy Name Heights. First off, I'd like to thank John Duncan, Tim Parks, and Jim Sullivan, who all attended our community meeting last week. Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of 18 residents who sent a letter to the commission in opposition to this plan. The actions of the commission are unprecedented. Nowhere in Madison is there a mixed-use facility where a school and a housing residential complex with 53 units share an entrance, elevators, stairwells, hallways, and 8 exits. Madison does have many examples of mixed-use facilities involving residential areas. Most of those involve a commercial space. And the residential area and the commercial space both have independent, secured entrances and exits. They do not share entrances and exits. There's another example in Madison where a residential property shares space with a library. That's at Sequoia. The library has its own secure entrance. The residential complex has its own secure exits. There are no examples that we have been able to come up with where a residential community and a school share the entrance, the exits, the elevators, the stairwells, or the hallways. There are examples of commercial spaces when they all have their own entrance. In 2019, the state published a comprehensive school safety framework. 23 experts worked on it. It's 89 pages. We've sent you a letter just highlighting in our brief examination of this document 10 examples that are not in the plan for St. Ambrose. I'm just going to quote 3 of them. On page 9, controlling access is a fundamental concept of school safety, foundational concept of school safety, excuse me. On page 20, we must redouble our efforts to restrict access to school buildings. On page 23, main entrance design. All doors should be locked during the day, including the main entrance. We share a main entrance throughout the day. We share elevators throughout the day. We share hallways and stairwells throughout the day. I have no qualms with St. Ambrose School. I think they're a very, very qualified school. We're not talking about their qualifications. We're talking about the safety of students. Our country has experienced many tragedies since 2014 when residential was added to this facility. Best practices were not in place at that time. Since 2014, we've had We've had new best practices. The state has come up with a roadmap. The question tonight is, are you willing to considering approving a plan that does not incorporate best practices? Are you willing to take the risk without incorporating best practices or listening to experts who tell you we have to
That
follow these
concludes
best
your
practices?
available time.
Thank you.
The next registrant is Stephanie Lamancic, High Point Road, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Stephanie, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And also, I'm very impressed you pronounced my last name correctly. Nobody does that. I am a resident of Holy Name Heights since the year of August 2020. And this place is home for a lot of long-term residents. And unfortunately, we feel like our voices in this process have been silenced because we have not been given clear communication. The first time we heard of this plan was back in April of this year, where we had a town hall. And then the next time we had heard anything about the progress of this was, I want to say, October 30th, when we saw the signs go up for the Planning Commission meeting. We were not given postcards about the meeting, and due to a lot of the average age of the residents in the building, there is a technology barrier with being able to attend functions such as this. And we really don't feel like we've been given the access to speak our voices and our opinions into this whole process. I'm just going to echo everything Tom said with safety concerns. And also, as residents who have signed leases for this building, who are supposed to have access to the grounds and the fields, we feel like this unionship would limit our ability to use these facilities, which we are given access to in our lease. And we are concerned about, as well, the access for the building in terms of the parking, the doors, the stairwells, the elevators as well. My apartment happens to be below the floor where St. Ambrose would occupy. As somebody who works from home, I am concerned about noise, and I don't feel like there's been enough study to determine if there is going to be discrepancy with that. So we do have a lot of concerns about the integration where the residents' opinion is not really being considered. And although I know that there are 10 months still to plan out and iron out more details, I'm not sure that our voices will continue to be heard. That is my primary concern. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Stephanie. Our next registrant is Brian Walsh, High Point Road, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Brian, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Ryan Walsh. I've been a resident of Holy Name Heights for just over a year. Just to talk about my personal experience, I initially had reservations about St. Ambrose joining Holy Name Heights, and I was unable to attend the informational meeting in the spring. However, I completed the survey that was emailed to me, and a representative from St. Ambrose reached out to me and answered all of my questions regarding the school, security, and property usage. After that meeting, I became a proponent of St. Ambrose joining our community. Additionally, I was able to attend the community meeting last week and was impressed by the level of thought that St. Ambrose had put into the project in regards to the logistics and security of them moving in. I believe the safety and logistics have been addressed by St. Ambrose, and I also believe that St. Ambrose is very willing to work with the community, and they volunteered to set up weekly meetings to ensure they could address any issues that came up. So my concerns were all addressed. Just 2 reasons why I support this proposal. Financial stability of Holy Name Heights, and the fact that we have a lot of underutilized resources. Briefly, I've seen way too many Catholic buildings slowly decay because of financial constraints. I'll say I haven't seen any financial information from the diocese, but being a CPA and using back of the envelope math, it's clear that the building needs a new long-term commercial tenant to ensure it can maintain itself and its property. This maintenance will help ensure that Holy Name Heights civic responsibility is met and that this green space remains on the west side. I would hate for all that space to be developed into some high density housing. Moreover, though, I believe that we have a lot of underutilized resources that we could, that the students of St. Ambrose could benefit from. Just to name a few, we have track and field, baseball field, basketball court, etc. They're all great resources, but they are showing their age, and I can understand that the diocese would be reticent to invest any money in them, considering how little that they're used. So I think St. Ambrose could help, could utilize the resources, but also help improve them. Over and above everything else, though, I'm a proponent of this because it would ensure that the students have ready access to Mass, adoration, confession. I think superlatives are easy to say, but really as a Catholic, the Eucharist, either through Mass or through adoration, is the greatest gift that we can give our students, the future generation. And I think we should be generous and position our students for success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Brian. The next registrants are available to answer questions. Donna Biddle, South High Point Road, Madison, opposed. Diane Marshland, Bishop's Hill Circle, support, representing St. Ambrose Academy. Ryan Freng, Norfolk Drive, Fitchburg, support. Laura Carlin, Monticello Way, Fitchburg, support. Are there questions of any of, Heather?
Yes, thank you, Chair Zellers. There is one additional registrant wishing to speak.
Okay.
I can read them into the record.
Thank
It's
you.
Heather Sweeney of South High Point Road, speaking in opposition.
Heather Sweeney, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am also a resident of Holy Name Heights. I have lived here about 2.5 years. And I did submit some public comments today, but it would take longer than 3 minutes to read them. So I hope you read them, but I'm not going to make you sit through me trying to speed through them. In general, I would absolutely like to concur with everything that Stephanie and Tom have brought up in terms of the process and how it's impacted residents, the serious security concerns that we have, and otherwise. Similar to Tom, I'd also especially like to really emphasize that this really isn't a common use for mixed-use development. Commercial and residential mixed-use development is incredibly common. You see it everywhere. It's not uncommon to have schools as a part of mixed-use development, but in all my research, almost all of them had their own unique buildings within a mixed-use development space. I was only able to find 2 examples within the US of where schools and residents share the same building, one in New York City and one in Memphis. And looking into those schools, I noticed a couple of things that really made me more concerned about the St. Ambrose proposal. First was that both of those schools really had exclusive entrances and exits for their students compared to residents. So going back to a lot of what Tom brought up about having exclusive entrances and exits and why that's really important, the only 2 examples I found where this has been successful did have that. Compared to the current proposal before the committee, there are shared entrances and exits and elevators and staircases with ultimate access to both spaces. The second difference was that those schools were all on exclusively the lower levels of the buildings that they were in. This not only makes it easier to keep the areas separate, but also makes a big impact on noise. Similar to Stephanie's point, to my knowledge, there has been no effort to even measure the noise impact on both residents and on the school in terms of the noise between the floors, both on the floor below the school and the floor above the school. And to me, I think this would be a bare minimum prerequisite to even begin this planning process. To be clear, this was a concern that was absolutely brought up at the first meeting over 7 months ago at this point, and still hasn't been addressed. Overall, despite having 2 meetings with residents, one of which was 7 months ago, I have yet to see the team actually implement any of the feedback from residents in really any concrete way within the proposal itself. And if they're planning to begin construction in less than 2 months, I really don't have a whole lot of faith that these concerns that have been brought up by residents for months are actually going to be addressed by the St. Ambrose team unless they're actually forced to by measure of the Plan Commission. So to summarize, I am in opposition of it, and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Heather. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Heather?
Sorry, Chair Zellers. Pushing different buttons here. I wanted to let the Plan Commission know that unfortunately we've just been made aware that the required postcard notice had errors in it for this particular item. Again, this is just coming clear to us. And so I believe that the discussion and questions could and should continue by the Plan Commission, but that the ultimate outcome for this evening must be a referral to the November 27th meeting when a final decision can be made. That will allow for new postcards to be sent to folks who live within 200 feet of this property. My apologies that this was just brought to our attention.
I assume then we would leave the public hearing open rather than closing it for any new registrants at that time, but not a repeat of the current registrants. Is that correct?
You could, I think, recess the public hearing. Yep,
okay,
that would be best.
Okay, Tim Parks.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry upon sorry, apologies upon apologies, but I think it'll actually be a new hearing on the 27th because we have to reopen it. It's a new hearing because we're, sending it to folks who did not get the notice for tonight's meeting. So I think it won't be recessed. It just will be a new public hearing. Sorry about that.
Okay.
But we would very much encourage everybody who spoke tonight to let us capture the things that they shared tonight and not repeat them with us on the 27th.
I would definitely encourage that. Okay, on to questions of registrant. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm sorry, I got confused about the postcard situation. So we're sending the postcards again?
It sounds like there was an error in the postcards, and it sounds like there was an error in the distribution area, perhaps.
That's correct.
Okay, that's correct.
So was an error on the file with the addresses? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. There was an error in the background data file that links this property to the addresses of folks within 200 feet of it. And we need to address that by doing a brand new mailing.
Okay, thank you.
Send a notice for the November 27th meeting.
All right, thanks.
Again, are there questions of registrants? Seeing no raised hands, then I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff at this time? Commissioner Shepherd.
Just to be clear, so can folks that are concerned about this, can they continue communications, or does everything come to a halt? I'm just asking because I don't know. In a situation like this, can work still go on, or should everything sort of come to a halt?
In terms of what should happen between now and November 27th, yes, folks should definitely continue communicating and trying to resolve the issues that have been raised during the public hearing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Shepherd. Any other questions of staff? And then we're looking for a motion to refer. Okay, is there a motion to refer? Alder Duncan.
Motion to refer this to the Monday, November, shall say the 27th? Yeah, November 27th Plan Commission meeting.
Thank you, Alder. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Shepherd. And we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 10, Legistar 79988, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Ronald Likas, located at 6550 Mahahik Way in District 16. Tim Parks, do you want to give us info about that one?
Yes, Chair, members of the Plan Commission, 6550 Mahik Way. No one's entirely sure how to pronounce it, so mispronunciations are still in play right now, but it was formerly U.S. Highways 12 and 18. Mahik Way is the name of the new frontage road that was just constructed and opened by the Wisconsin Department of Transportation as part of their work between Door Creek and Interstates 3990 to convert that section of Highways 12 and 18 into a limited access freeway with the County Trunk Highway AB, also known as Brant Road, interchange that just recently opened. This, just to be brief, is a landlocked parcel that is undeveloped and mostly occupied by wetland. Some of which the state has released from its control, but most of which remains in control. There's an open pond over the western third of the property and a lot of associated wetland with that open water. The property has access from Mahik Way. However, it does not have frontage or lot width on a public street. Which is required both by the subdivision regulations and the zoning code. And while the access easements that the property enjoys would allow for something to be built on the property consistent with the requirements of the IL zoning district, that the entire property is zoned, it does not allow the property to be divided. And the question before the Plan Commission is the creation of two lots. And without the street frontage and lot width required in the IL district, it is staff's recommendation that the Plan Commission has to place this request on file because it does not comply with the zoning code or subdivision regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I will move that Plan Commission place this item on file without prejudice. The proposed certified survey map at 6550 Mahik Way.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Alderfield. Commissioner Heck, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Any comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 12, Legistar 80221, located at 2927 East Washington Avenue, District 15. Consideration of a conditional use in the Commercial Corridor Transitional District for a tasting room. Chris Wells, could you give us an overview here?
Thank you, Chair and members of the Plan Commission. There was a public comment submitted earlier today regarding the proposed use and the impacts on the adjacent property to the south. Just a few comments, kind of preemptively addressing a few of the comments raised. The applicant will certainly speak to the impacts of the brewing operation, the two small additions proposed out on the south side of the tenant space, but there was comments about the outdoor eating area and patio being used. To be clear, that is not currently part of the request being made. And there is a provision in the zoning code that says that if the hours are basically up to 9 p.m. and if there's no amplified sound, then it's allowed as a permitted use. But that would require administrative review, and it would be handled as I believe, a minor alteration. If the proposed hours were later than 9 p.m. and or involved amplified sound like speakers and music outside, that would automatically come before the Planning Commission for a conditional use. So I understand that there's concern. I would also note that there is continuing jurisdiction by the Planning Commission over the use, and that would be the same moving forward. So there was question about fencing that is proposed, and that is required for all commercial properties that are adjacent to residential. In this case, it's kind of a shared driveway to some extent. It's quite narrow. And so I think the potential concerns about sound impacts, I don't think are quite germane to the request for the tasting room itself. As for the smell impacts, that might be a kind of ongoing issue that will need to be monitored, but hopefully the applicant can speak to those potential impacts. So with that, I would be happy to take questions, after the public hearing.
Thank you, Chris. We have a registrant wishing to speak, Alex Sherwood, Oak Street, Madison opposed and wishing to speak. Alex, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you. And thank you, Chris, for the response to my letter. And thank you for this opportunity to express my opposition to this proposed development of a microbrewery and tasting room by Minocqua Brewing Company. So my family does currently occupy the residential property at 242 Oak Street, which is directly adjacent to the proposed site. And I'd like to take this opportunity to outline several concerns regarding the impact of this development. We all know Madison currently faces a housing affordability crisis, and this makes every residential space invaluable. And at the same time, there's ample vacant commercial spaces nearby that could accommodate such a business venture without compromising residential standards of living. This proposed microbrewery and tasting room location falls under the Commercial Corridor Transitional CCT zoning, which, as I understand, is crafted to foster a symbiotic relationship between residential and commercial entities. However, I'm having difficulty understanding how this symbiosis is possible with the installation of a brewery next to my home, along with the precedent it sets for future expansions. First, the proposed installation of commercial dumpsters, as indicated in the project plans, is in our shared driveway, and they would be directly visible from our kitchen and dining room windows. Then there's the possibility of the odors generated from a commercial beer brewing operations and the resulting decomposing waste products in those dumpsters in close proximity to our home that could attract unwanted wildlife and just be generally unpleasant. There's also the potential for increased noise in excess of the regulated 75 decibel threshold, which, as I understand, is about as loud as a dishwasher. And finally, there's the potential for increased traffic and parking demand in a residential area, posing safety risks and disturbing the peace of our neighborhood. And so before any approvals are made, I request that the Plan Commission provide us some assurance and a robust plan to mitigate these concerns. I ask that we are also granted the opportunity to consider the value of this development's contribution to the surrounding community. Our neighborhood and surrounding area house a vulnerable population, and we have some concerns about the expansion of establishments specifically facilitating more alcohol consumption. The proposed plans could therefore exacerbate existing challenges and negatively impact the community's well-being. We ask that the Plan Commission consider the broader social implications and include community input to ensure that this development aligns with the city's social and public health objectives. And on that topic, the waiver granted for the 30-day notification rule by Alderperson Nina Martinez Rutherford has actually limited this exact opportunity for community input. And finally, the way you do one thing is the way you do everything. Kirk Bangstead, the proprietor of Minocqua Brewing Company, has exhibited a pattern of disregard for local rules and ordinances applicable to his businesses with a documented history of antagonistic interaction toward his community. Notable instances include
Alex,
a defamation case.
That concludes your available time. Thank you. The following two registrants are available to answer questions. Christopher Nauman, Green Bay, Wisconsin, representing Minocqua Brewing Company, and Kirk Bangstead, also in support, Lorelei Court, Madison, also representing Minocqua Brewing Company. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask those representing the applicant if they can address some of the concerns of the neighbors, particularly about the use of the shared driveway for garbage and potential negative impacts there.
Sure. This is Kirk Bangstead. I own the Minocqua Brewing Company. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I can address a lot of the issues that our neighbor, who I tried to call earlier today, once I figured out that he had issues, I'd love to talk it through and make sure that we're working together. First of all, I talked to Chris Walsh, who owns Trixie's, which is right next door to me, and he said that he hasn't actually ever used a commercial dumpster, and that he's able to use the regular Madison trash collecting service, and that is probably all we're going to need. We're not proposing food. We're not proposing anything other than what it was before, which was called Growlers to Go-Go, which was a bar. So if he was able to use the Madison, trash collection services, then we probably don't need a commercial dumpster. So I apologize if that showed up on our plans. Secondly, Alex said he doesn't like the smell of beer. Well, I've been very public with this. I contract most of our beer around the state with other brewers. So we bought One Barrel Brewing Company's system, which is one barrel, and we don't plan to use it constantly. We plan to potentially use it to make sours, which have no smell at all, and to make sodas. We call Rainbow Land soda for kids. So most of the stuff that I think smells great because I'm a brewer, but might cause unpleasant odor for some who doesn't like that, would be done at other brewing establishments that we contract with. Third, we're not asking for outdoor music at this time, although we will be probably filing for a conditional use permit to have a beer garden. That's not what we're asking for today. I just want to get open in the wintertime when there's no outdoor need. So the sound issue, I think, would be mitigated. I can't imagine us. We're going to be closing between it's 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock during the week and 9 o'clock on Friday and Saturday. So I don't think the sound issue is something to worry about. And then finally, about the reason I'm moving, I want to go there to this area is that it is a community that is. Well, I can't remember the word Alex used, but it's a community that has some issues. And I think opening up a community center that has beer, which is what brew pubs and tap rooms are, is a good use of the community. Also, the last 6 years, this area was already a bar. It's called Growlers to Go-Go. So any issues about more alcohol in the space isn't really an issue because we're not really changing the use of what it already has been approved to do. It's a tiny little change. It was a bar before, now it's a tap room. Actually, we're not doing shots. Our beers are going to be like $7 a pint. So it's not really a situation where there's going to be a lot of drinking to excess, like a college type of bar. Last but not least, yes, I'm coming to Madison specifically because I have had some issues with the town of Minocqua. It's been in the statewide news over the last summer. You'd be happy to know, and my new neighbor would be happy to know that I finally resolved those issues and my beer garden was approved. And so the process worked. We were vocal in our opposition, and the county ultimately accepted our CUP. So the process worked. We have no more issues with Minocqua and Oneida County. Those are the only issues I heard from Alex, but I'd be happy to answer more questions for anybody that wants to know anything further about our plans.
Thanks. You answered my question as well as several subsequent questions.
Are there any further questions of any of our registrants? Commissioner Shepard.
Hi, just a quick question for the applicant. You mentioned possible once again brewing on site. Will that require any special equipment or any special permits from the city? I'm thinking in terms of if it's like a dry cleaner or, auto paint repair shop or anything. Do you need any additional special equipment or permits from the city to undertake those activities?
Kirk, can you take that question?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so we've already bought, the only equipment we'll need is a brew house, and we've already purchased that from One Barrel Brewing Company, which was in Atwood. And we've already received a license by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Trade Bureau, which is the federal brewing agency that approves brewing spaces. So we've already been approved to have a brewing facility at this location by the federal government, which the state government usually, I believe that also includes the state government's approval. So we don't need any extra equipment. We just need to build drains, and we have to plumb for it, but that's something in the building process. So I hope that answers your question. We don't need anything further from the city.
So you're saying there wouldn't be any sort of exhaust system then? That's what I'm concerned about. Exhaust in terms of fumes and noise.
So a brew house releases steam. When you put grain in a mash tun, you pour hot water over it. It's like steeping a huge cup of tea. So you pour hot water over it that releases wort, which is sugary grains. And there is a grain when it's boiling, the steam has a smell of beer being brewed. So that, however, though I address that, we're not doing that in a mass way at all. In fact, I contract most of my beer with various breweries around the state of Wisconsin. So we would be using this minimally. The only reason I have the equipment is to potentially brew sours or sodas, which we can do very inexpensively, and for kids who might be coming with their parents to the tap room. So I don't expect any of those smells to actually come from my brewery. However, some people love the smells, and I don't want to limit myself from being able to brew beer there, but it won't be happening on a regular basis.
Okay, but there will be an exhaust system, and if you engage in this activity, there will be, again, the fumes that you mentioned.
Yeah, there will be. I mean, there's no exhaust system. It just goes into the. Yeah, I mean, yes, it'll go into the facility for brewing, and the steam will come out into the atmosphere.
I'm sorry. So how does it leave the building? Is there like an exhaust pipe on the building? Okay,
Yes.
that's what I need to know. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of any of our registrants? So seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Shepard.
Chris, I just want to follow up on the exhaust issue. Is that does that present an issue or a concern for you? I'm just curious in terms of how staff would view something like that. Thank you.
I'm not exactly sure how we would mitigate at this point without knowing the potential impacts. I don't know if Heather has any thoughts. I think that would fall under the continuing jurisdiction. I mean, it's not to put words into the applicant, but it seems like this would be more supplemental versus a kind of a core feature of the business plan.
Do you have anything to add, Heather?
Not much. I think that the scale that this is operating at is probably similar to, a restaurant. A lot of food uses do have exhaust, and it can have smells. Certainly, we've heard some of those at Plan Commission before for various food and beverage uses, but I don't think that the scale is something that rises to the level of a staff concern.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, do we have a motion? Alder Duncan.
A motion to find that the approval standards for conditional uses for this property at 2927 East Washington Ave are met.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Field. Alder Duncan, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion, comments? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to Alder Martinez Rutherford. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. I just wanted to say that working with Kirk has been really wonderful. He's been willing to meet the concerns the constituent has. In regards to safety, I think looking at that neighborhood and having foot traffic could be beneficial to mitigating some of the more nefarious behavior around there. And I personally feel like it's better to serve alcohol that you consume on premises than taking it off premises and possibly drinking it in the neighborhood or what have you. And from what I read on the staff recommendations, there didn't seem to be a major negative impact. And so I want everyone to know I wasn't trying to take away your input. It just seemed that this made sense for the space. And I thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Alder. We will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next on our agenda are agenda items 15 through 20, which are related and will be considered as one public hearing. Following the public hearing, the Plan Commission shall make separate findings and motions on each agenda item. I will read all of the 5 items and then we will hear from Chris Wells. So agenda item 15, Legistar 79966, located at 407 through 431 West Forum Street, 408 through 430 West Johnson Street, and 304 through 316 North Broome Street, District 4, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish 13 residential buildings for a proposed residential development. Agenda item 16, Legistar 80329, substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change zoning of the property at the aforementioned addresses. And again, 4th Alder District from PD, Plan Development District, Conservancy District, and Urban Mixed Use District to Urban Mixed Use District. Agenda item 17, Legistar 80308, amending map in section 28.071 paren 2 paren A related to downtown height limits of the Madison General Ordinances to update the downtown height map in the North Broome Street area. Agenda item 18, Legistar 79967, same addresses, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed urban mixed-use district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 8 dwelling units, consideration of a conditional use in the UMX district for a new building greater than 20,000 square feet and more than 4 stories, and consideration of a conditional use in the UMX district for outdoor recreation to allow construction of an 8 to 15-story apartment building with approximately 465 units. Agenda item 19, Legistar 79992, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Core Spaces LLC. Same addresses. And agenda item 20, Legistar 80423, authorizing inclusion of a land use restriction agreement as an exhibit to the purchase and sale agreement between Core Spaces LLC and the City of Madison for Core Spaces acquisition of the property located at 405 West Gorham Street, District 4. Okay, Chris Wells, can you give us an overview?
Sure. Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. If anyone had a demolition permit rezoning, a LURA, a height map text amendment, a CSM, and 3 conditional uses on your bingo card, please come to MMB tomorrow to collect your prize, because I think this is the most that I'm aware of on one project. Staff are supportive of this proposal, and in the staff report, there were some concerns about the design that were raised. Just a general comment that the Urban Design Commission at their November 1st meeting discussed at length the issue of the entries and the blank areas of the facade, and they were in unanimous agreement that in particular an entry added along West Johnson Street was the required edit to the plans, because they felt that that the design is broken down into 4 buildings or masses with different materials and treatments and heights, and they felt that while there was no entry along North Broome Street, that the 2 entrances on either sides on facing West Gorham and West Johnson, and the transparency of that facade on the first floor along North Broome, that it would end up being kind of clear enough that you could enter those spaces on the end. However, for the large building 3 that is located along West Johnson Street, they felt that there was a need for an entry along that facade. And also the issue of the blank facade, or the upper 6 stories of the southwest facade of building 2 of the narrow 14-story mass, given the fact that it was only it's roughly 25 feet wide, they felt that was acceptable, having the kind of back of house, the uses that weren't as active was a fair kind of trade-off for having the bedrooms and the active uses mostly along North Broome and West Gorham. So anyways, they discussed the issues, and they were very clear about their comfort level. They only made they added 1 condition of approval to add the entry along West Johnson Street, which the applicant has done and has submitted plans, for I think the UDC meeting later this month. So they're certainly able to meet that, address that plan. I think staff think that can be met. So I'm happy to answer questions after the public hearing, but staff believe that all of the requests that the standards can be found met for the various aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Brian Munson, East Lakeside Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Core Madison Broome. Brian, you have 3 minutes.
All right. Well, thank you. Good evening. Again, Brian Munson with Vanderwall Associates, leading things off on behalf of Core Spaces for an exciting mixed-use student housing project. As Chris noted, spanning several items on tonight's agenda with lots of moving parts and a complete bingo card. We're here tonight after having a very long and productive discussion with the Neighborhood Steering Committee, staff, alders, along with multiple presentations to UDC prior to arriving to tonight's presentation. And I want to start off by just expressing our appreciation for all the work that everyone has done along the way to help strengthen this project. This 465-unit mixed-use student housing project located along Gorham, Broome, Johnson Street features a wide range of unit types, 4 distinct architectural expressions with 2 separate towers, a new mid-block walkway, an expanded plaza at the corner of Broome and Gorham, as well as 10% of the beds offered as affordable student housing program of a 40% discount for 40 years, building on the successful Olive model underway across the street. This project implements both the adopted comprehensive plan and downtown plan recommendations and is one of the first projects to implement the new downtown height ordinance. And I would note that that is achieved through a creative partnership with the city and the University of Wisconsin Office of Financial Aid. I'd also note that the building design is designed to respect the capital height limit with all elements located below the limit. As Chris stated, this is a complex project with lots of moving parts, and we won't be able to address each item in 3 minutes tonight, but wanted to express our full support for the staff conditions of approval and ask for your approval tonight on all elements. We've really worked hard and collaboratively with everyone along the way, and I think the resulting design will be a great addition to the downtown area, address very desperately needed housing options, and incorporate new affordable housing options. And so with that, I would note that we have all the design staff and development team here available to answer questions and would pass the baton on to Jeff Zalisco to walk through the design.
Thank you, Brian. Our next registrant is Jeff Zalisco, North Green Forest Road, Deer Park, Illinois, in support, wishing to speak, also representing Core Spaces. Jeff, you have 3 minutes.
Hi. Is it possible to bring up our presentation before I start? And if we could go to page 5. There you go. That's perfect. Thank you. Good evening, Plan Commission. My name is Jeff Zalisco. I'm a senior principal with Antunovich Associates. We're collaborating with Core Spaces on this project. I wanted to give you a brief overview. It is a large, complex project, but I wanted to give you an outline of what we're proposing here. So our site is bordered by Johnson, Broome, and Gorham, as you see here. Next slide, please. I think we skipped past one. There you go. Thank you. As we mentioned earlier, the building is broken into really 4 parts from the design standpoint and a planning standpoint. You see building 1 at the right, building 4 at the left. Also, there are 6 major entry points on the building. Next page, please. This is our lower first floor plan when you take into account the grading on the site. It has a vehicular turnaround, which provides access to the parking lot and also to timeshare parking for cars for pickup and drop off. We also have a major lobby entrance on building 4 at the left, and also retail residential units at that location. Also on Johnson Street, you see the entry point in red that was mentioned earlier and recommended by UDC. Next page, please. Upper portion of the building, again, taking into account the slope of the site, major lobby leasing and amenity area surrounded by Johnson, Broome, and Gorham, the main plaza and entry up towards the top of that, and then our Johnson entry at the bottom. Next page, please. this is a really important view. This really shows the collaboration between ourselves, staff, and UDC with the evolution of the building as a component of buildings, of a collection of buildings. The first building changed quite a bit based on feedback from UDC and improved immeasurably. Also, this is that major entrance I mentioned at that landscape plaza at the corner of Broome and Gorham. Next slide, please. This is a very important slide. It shows the glassy amenity lobby leasing area on Broome Street. I wanted to also point out that we have two big bays that open out into outdoor terrace areas that open towards Broome. So there is open interaction on Broome Street in addition to the entries on either side. Next slide, please. Very important slide. This really shows this collection of buildings. UDC was just extremely happy with the way that these massings work, just the way the entire collection of these buildings work together, including the vibrant materials and colors. Next slide, please. This is this entry I pointed out on Johnson Street. Again, in the middle of our building 3, UDC recommended this very strongly, and we took them seriously and developed this immediately. Next slide, please. This is aerial view of the building showing the lush landscape roof terraces and also the abundance of green areas. So thank you very much for the time, and we look forward to taking questions further on. Thank you. And I think we're going to pass over to Doug Tichenor now.
The next registrant is Doug Tichenor, North Milwaukee Street, Chicago, in support, wishing to speak, also representing Core Madison Broome. Doug, you have 3 minutes.
Doug, you are unmuted on our end, and it shows that you are unmuted in Zoom.
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Yes.
Okay. What I was saying was, bingo. We did get it all here, and we're very happy for this project. I won't take all 3 minutes, but I did want to take the opportunity to kind of just go back in time and kind of talk about where we started with this project. Once upon a time, we really only started with a few parcels that were at Broome and Johnson, and we continued to, expand the development. At one time, the massing, did not show the 4 kind of different distinct buildings that we are now proposing today, nor did it show the Paseo Lane or the roundabout. All of this came about in collaboration and in conversation, both formally and informally, with city staff, the steering committee, the alders, and other stakeholders that we've continued to really just optimize this project with. We initially started our formal discussions in December of last year. Fast forward 11 months, and I just did the math. I think we've had almost 2 formal meetings every month on this project since that time. And they've been, all for the better for this project. And a lot of it you can see with not just the number of beds that we'll be able to deliver by accessing additional height, but then also the 10% of affordable units at a 40% discount over 40 years, which is, to Brian's point, an expansion from what we did over at the OLIV project. Last week or 2 weeks ago, we had our first formal UDC meeting. At that meeting, we were initially approved, and there was a comment with regards to how the building that's being referred to as Building 2 activates Johnson Street facade. We have submitted our response to that by adding an entry along Johnson Street, and that will be heard at the November 29th UDC hearing. So what we have going forward is this meeting, which we, to Brian's point, urge your support and approval of tonight, and next week on the 21st going to Common Council, and then following that we'd be going to UDC on the 29th to wrap it all up. And that's it. So we are here and available for questions. But again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doug. Are there questions of any of our three registrants? Questions of our registrants? Well, I've got a few since I don't see any raised hands. Really, they have to do with the safety and security items. So you do say that on-call team members will be available to visit the pool deck during closing hours and escort customers off the roof. Are you planning to have those people there every night to escort them off, or only if somebody calls because there's a problem? Or what's to really keep the folks from just staying on the pool deck?
Oh, yeah, this is Doug.
Go ahead.
We would have, can you hear me?
Yes.
We would have operational staff on site 24 hours. So, you know, if
Oh, you
there's ever-
will? I
Yeah.
didn't realize that. Okay.
Yeah, if there's ever an issue, a question, concern, there's someone always available, either at the site or a very short distance away in case, you know, they are not there for that.
Everything I saw, you know, in terms of time, that it would be Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Sunday, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. I didn't see anything that said that you were going to have somebody there 24/7.
Well, the reality of it is many times folks that work in the leasing office also are residents within the building. So, you know, on situations where there's an emergency, there's a hotline that they could call 24-hour service, and we would be able to manage that situation should it arise.
So there's not going to be somebody on 24/7. It's if there are people who live there that are on staff. Is that what you're saying?
There will be security on site. There's not staff manning the leasing offices 24 hours a day. There's security that will be managing the site 24 hours a day, and there will be cameras in key areas throughout the building.
So there will be security on site 24/7. Is that?
Yes,
okay?
That's correct.
Okay. So the management plan where it says the community will utilize a 24-hour answering service with the ability to forward calls and leave messages for the correct community team members to deal with any number of customer concerns and emergencies that may present themselves. So that is the way that emergencies would be handled, is that messages would be left?
No, if there's an emergency, it would be handled in an emergent way. I think that's a hotline for. That would be a hotline for how to identify an emergency, to respond to the emergency that would be occurring in that moment in time, and to ascertain whether or not if it's an emergency or a non-emergency. And if it's a non-emergency, then I think it would go into that category.
Leaving messages doesn't seem to be a good way to handle emergencies. I would really like this management plan to be better.
Yeah, there's an emergency line where you can talk to someone. Sorry to interrupt you, but there is an emergency line where you can talk to someone on the other line of that.
Okay, that's not clear on your management plan. That there would be somebody available 24/7. It sounds like people would be leaving messages for emergencies.
That must have been a mistake. That's not on there. We can get it cleared up. But yes, there will be someone available to talk to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay, perhaps that could be rewritten and then reviewed by staff. And it talks about predetermined unloading zones. And where are those? This is third-party movers will be hired to facilitate unloading of vehicles in a predetermined unloading zone. Do you have those identified?
I think the loading and unloading within this building occurs within that turnaround area. So that was where we had received a lot of staff input very early on, starting with our first DAT when this building wasn't as large. It then extended on. One of the most important tenets, I think, that initially drove this project was how to really bring that commercial traffic off of the roads that surround this property, Johnson Street specifically. So much of the commercial drop-offs, whether that's loading for move-in day or package delivery, Uber, Lyft, other rideshare drop-off and pickups, and mail would all occur, and trash would all occur within that roundabout that's off of Johnson Street between Building 3 and Building 4.
Okay, because that's my concern too. It's so congested around there that to have move in, move out, or Uber, Lyft stopping in a traffic lane with their lights flashing would not be a good thing. So all inside.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. And you're going to have that nice green roof. How are you going to maintain that?
We have a facilities team on staff. We would maintain it like you would maintain any green roof. There's access doors. In addition, we would have our facilities team maintain it at regular times seasonally to ensure that those plants are going to survive those seasons and really thrive out there. In addition, I don't know if we have Suzanne from our site team on this call, but if she is, she can talk more about the types of native plants that would go up there that would really thrive more in this type of ecosystem and environment. So that's really how we would normally do it, and that's how we're going to do it here.
So one of the reasons why I asked, Doug, is that in some cases we have developers who say they will have a green roof, but then later simply don't keep it as a green roof, and it goes away. So would you be willing to have that as a condition that
yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. This green roof it's in this instance, especially on the top of Building 1, that green roof is intentionally to serve just as green roof. It's not a occupiable green roof. It is green roof area for stormwater and for other benefits, aesthetic and sustainable for this building. But mainly that is just green roof, and the same goes for the green roof that's on top of Building 2 and Building 3. These are green roofs that are really meant to serve for stormwater.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your willingness to have that.
Also, Liddell, I would add on to that because it is a stormwater management function, that's going to be something that's going to be required of the building from city engineering. And I'd also note that the fire department wants to make sure we're maintaining that appropriately as well. And so that's why, as Doug mentioned, we have direct access from the hallway. We don't have to go through anybody's unit to get out onto that roof. And it will be maintained as an intensive green roof system with a variety of different native plantings beyond just a typical sedum approach. So we anticipate this being fully maintained and functioning as a stormwater management component of the building.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Doug. Those are all the questions that I have. Are there any further questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Heck.
Thank you. This is for Chris, and I don't know as if he's going to be able to answer it, but I read about with interest about the possibility of the Broome Street slip lane being removed because of the anticipated increase in pedestrian traffic. And I wondered if you have any ideas about when that decision might be made, and if what the implications would be design-wise for the project. I'm anticipating none, really, because it's mostly city-owned right-of-way. If it were to be converted from a slip lane to a standard 90-degree corner, do you have any information on any of that?
Not about the design. As for the timing, I just heard from Sean Malloy of Traffic Engineering earlier today, and he confirmed that due to the construction of, I think, the Olive across Broome Street, they will not be able to do the testing of that of the closure of the slip lane until this development is under construction. And it's something certainly that the fire department is going to be involved with, given the primary entry along West Gorham. Certainly Metro, as buses have to make that left, or I think they would go up to the intersection and then change. But I have not seen any preliminary designs as to how much of the public right-of-way, in a sense, could be reclaimed as part of this study, but it was brought up, I don't know first, but it was certainly brought up at the neighborhood meeting, and it's something that staff are interested in studying to see how the pedestrians could move more safely, given the 1,600 students that are going to be at this single development, that it's certainly an issue of safety. And so, yeah, I think I've answered a few of the questions, but I've not seen any designs.
Thanks. I mean, that tells me that there's hope to get rid of yet another evil slip lane. Thank you.
Are there further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, could we have a motion? Commissioner Heck.
Do you need 5 separate motions for this?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
And so the first motion is on the demolition.
All right.
And I see that Alder Verveer has a raised hand. Alder Verveer, did you wish to speak?
Thank you, Chair Zellers, and good evening, Commission. Yes, as always, I wish to weigh in on items that are proposed in the district I'm elected to represent. And this one is certainly quite monumental. Apologies for not raising my hand a few seconds earlier. I'm actually in a neighborhood meeting here simultaneously. I just want to go on record and share with the commission my full support for all half dozen agenda items that are before you this evening. I'm particularly thrilled and wildly enthusiastic about agenda item number 20, the land use restriction agreement. That, Laura, is very important. The last time we did this with the applicant Core Spaces for the OLIV proposal, that resolution did not come before the Plan Commission. And in talking with Director Stouter, I thought it was important that you commissioners see that land use restriction resolution, that you are fully well versed and realize the fruits of the zoning text amendment that you recommended the council adopt last late winter, early spring, to allow for the affordability in exchange for the additional height that these applications are asking for. So it's I won't belabor the point. It is just absolutely tremendous in my estimation that we finally are providing some real relief of lower cost beds for students. I want to thank the development team for their willingness to work with us and city staff, and also the UW Office of Student Financial Aid for their support. This wouldn't be possible but for the UW Office of Student Financial Aid, and it has already proven to be working quite well with the leasing of the OLIV, which is scheduled to open this August for occupancy, next August for occupancy. It also goes without saying, as you commissioners know better than anyone, that we clearly need additional housing supply in our community, and it's particularly needed for student-oriented housing. So these additional approximately 1,700 beds that will come online in a few years will be needed at that time. I'm certain of that. The demand will not in any way, I think, be substantially addressed by that time, although there are several student-oriented housing developments underway in the campus area as we speak. Again, a few of them opening next academic year, including OLIV. I also want to call out and add to what Commissioner Heck was asking about. I wanted to make sure that the commission was well aware that conditions 33 and 100 in the staff report do relate to some optimism that we might be able to get away from that relatively unfortunate slip lane at the intersection of North Broome and West Gorham Streets. I have been working with traffic engineering staff on that request. We had hoped that the test would begin officially actually this week or next week with the reopening of the fully of the Broome-Wilson intersection and that reconstruction project. Unfortunately, because of the fact that construction is taking the lane there on Broome Street, I couldn't tell you exactly when the test will now begin. But clearly it is my hope as, again, the alder of the district, that we hopefully are able to rid ourselves of that slip lane to improve the experience for pedestrians and in a substantial way. I don't want to say that this by any means is a done deal. The traffic engineer has cautioned me that there are a lot of issues at play there, that the test will yield results that might be mixed, including operations for Metro Transit. Obviously, the fire department has concerns about the slip lane, as well as you see in condition number 57 from the fire marshal. So I did want to call that out. As Chris mentioned in response to Commissioner Heck, this has been an issue that has come up both in the neighborhood meeting that he assisted us in facilitating back on September 7th, and really has come up in all the neighborhood steering committee meetings, to my recollection, with the Campus Area Neighborhood Association, that there's a strong interest in removing that slip lane if at all possible. Speaking of the Neighborhood Association, I want to extend my thanks for the excellent work of the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. I hope the commission had a chance to look at some of the results of the impressive neighborhood survey that they engaged in for this proposal, and appreciate their willingness to volunteer and assist. And as you see in their written report in your packet tonight, they are supportive of these half dozen items on your agenda this evening. Let me also just mention design progression. Another reason why I'm so bullish on this project is that the design progression has really been quite good. Initially, I was very concerned when I heard that Core Spaces was able to acquire the number of properties that they did, well, significantly more than in our initial meeting. And I was worried that the existing Equinox apartment building on West Gorham Street would be completely enveloped and suffocated by this new development if approved and built. Thanks to some, I think, great architecture, design, the assistance of the Urban Design Commission and city staff, we have a design before you that is something that we can and should be proud of. I appreciate UDC's suggestion at their last meeting when they granted initial approval to create that West Johnson Street entryway, that connection on West Johnson Street. Obviously, the applicants have responded affirmatively to that, have already filed the new design with UDC for UDC's final approval in the coming weeks. Lastly, let me say one other reason why I've always supported Core Spaces developments that have occurred in the 4th District over my tenure, and that's because of their strong commitment to building trades and the folks that are constructing their buildings and want the highest quality possible. And in fact, earlier today, they offered a tour of Governor Evers and others that was headed up by the Carpenters Union, highlighting the high level of labor, skilled labor that's needed for a building of this really proportion, just like Olive, which is again in the final months of construction. So I don't want to not mention as well the fact that this building will be built by Findorf if approved, and the building trades and skilled workers in our community that have built the previous Core buildings, the one under construction now, the one that you've already approved at Bassett and Johnson, and the council has approved, and then this one will all be continue to be under the construction of Findorf and the many signatories to their labor agreements. So all in all, I think this is a great win for our community and urge your unanimous support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. Moving back to Commissioner Heck. Chris Wells, did you have something?
Sorry, just one point that I forgot to add earlier. It's a small detail, but just want to get it on the record. Regarding the slip lane, Sean Malloy also emailed noting that if indeed after the study, if the slip lane project moves forward, it would be handled as part of a city project versus through the developer's agreement, that is involved with this project. So just want to put that on the record.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. Alder Figueroa Cole, did you have a question or something to add?
No, I was going to go ahead and put the motion forward.
Thank
Try to give it a shot.
Commissioner
If that's
Heck?
okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So wait a minute. Do we have the motion, Commissioner Heck? Did you make a motion on the demolition?
I hadn't gotten that far, but I'm more than willing to cede my motion making ability on this to Alder Figueroa Cole.
Okay, Alder Figueroa Cole, did you wish to make the motion?
Well, okay, I'll go for that.
Okay, thank you.
So, all right, so let's start with, oops, sorry, not that. So I would like to move that the Plan Commission finds that the standards for demolition permit are met and approved for Legistar 79966 for 407 and 431 West Gorman Street, 408, 430 West Johnson Street, and 304 to 318 North Broome Street on the District 4.
Seconded by Alder Field. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Figueroa Cole?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion, any comments before we come to a vote? Okay, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Alder Figueroa Cole, your hand is up. I do not have the ability tonight for some reason to lower hands, or I would have lowered yours after the motion. Thank
you. I mean, I can continue with the motion if you want, unless somebody else wants to do it.
No, I am assuming unanimous consent.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion, unless I see a raised hand to object. Thank you. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Then the next item on which we need a motion is agenda item 16 to change the zoning. So Alder Figueroa Cole.
Okay, so I would like to move that the Plan Commission, I'm sorry, to change the zoning. Oh, wait.
Yes, to change the zoning. Agenda item 16.
Okay, hold on. I thought I had this in order, but apparently not. 8329. There you go. Okay, to move that the Plan Commission find that the zoning map amendment standards are met and forward the zoning map amendment ID 28.022-00646, rezoning 405 to 407 and 311 West Gorham Street, 408 to 430 West Johnson Street, 304 to 318 North Broome Street from the Fort Alder District from PD Plan Development, CN Conservancy, and UMX Urban Mixed Use District to UMX Urban Mixed Use District to the Common Council for approval.
Wonderful. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Field. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Figueroa Cole?
No, thank you.
Okay. Are there any comments, discussion? Alder Field.
Yeah, I just thought I'd chime in and note the consistency of this change with the approved land uses in the comp plan here.
Thank you, Alder Field. Any further comment, discussion? Then we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next item is agenda item 17, amending map related to downtown height limits. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'd like to motion that the Plan Commission forwards the amendment of the map in section 28.07128 related to downtown height limits of the Madison General Ordinances to update the downtown height map in the North Broome Street area and recommends approval to the Common Council.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Figueroa Cole? No.
No, thank you.
Are there any comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next is agenda item 18 in regard to conditional use. And I would just mention that the applicant did agree to that additional condition if the motion maker is willing to add that. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'll give it a try. So I motion to that the Plan Commission finds that the standards for conditional use are met and approve a request for multifamily dwelling with greater than 8 dwelling units in the proposed urban mixed-use district for a new building greater than 20,000 square feet and more than 4 stories in the UMX district, and for outdoor recreation in the UMX district, or allow to construction of an 8 to 15-story apartment building with approximately 465 units, and with additional condition to have the green roofs maintained and to meet the stormwater functions, and to have the updates to the security plan for the 24-hour services. Please let me know if I cover that as you proposed.
Yeah, that sounds. Seconded by Alder Field. Alder Figueroa Cole, did you wish to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? Any comments? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Next is agenda item 19 regarding the certified survey map. Alder Figueroa Cole.
So I would like to motion to that if all the other aspects of the proposed amendment are approved, the plan division believes that the technical standards for land divisions can be found met and recommends the plan the Plan Commission recommends that we forward the certificate survey map to the Common Council for approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Duncan. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Figueroa Cole?
No, thank you.
Any discussion, any comments, input? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. And finally, the land use restriction agreement. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Motioning that the Plan Commission forwards the inclusion of land use restriction agreement as an exhibit to the purchase and sale agreement between Core Spaces LLC, the purchaser, and the City of Madison for the purchaser's acquisition of the property located at 405 West Gorham Street to the Common Council with the recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Field. Alder Figueroa Cole, your last chance here to speak on this. Do you have anything you want to say?
Actually, I'm looking forward to see this project happening. It looks actually pretty amazing. Very excited to see that this deal with with student housing it continued to be used and developed. So definitely looking forward to see the changes there and having more spaces for students to go home during their stay in Madison. So yeah, thank you. And thank you for giving me the chance to do this marathon one, to practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. I just wanted to say, as a former downtown alder and as a plan commissioner, I appreciate the work that so many put into this land use agreement arrangement and has set the precedent, hopefully, for a lot of future use of similar things. That includes Alder Verveer, Alder Bennett, Alder Govindarajan and the Campus Area Neighborhood Association. I really think that plus this taking advantage of the additional height with affordability is really a great thing for downtown. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments or input before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. That was a big one. Moving on, the next item on our agenda is agenda item 25, Legistar 80307, amending map section 28.071, paren 2, paren A, related to downtown height limits of the Madison General Ordinances to update the downtown height map in the Brayton Lot area, District 6. Heather, were you taking that one?
Sure, I can provide just a really quick overview on this one. Again, I'll share one image that I think will be helpful. So many of you are aware of the city's Brayton lot just east of the Capitol. Here in the image is the Capitol Square. Just a few blocks to the east is the surface parking lot that's currently being used for a staging area for the Bus Rapid Transit construction project. And the proposed amendment would be a change to the city's downtown height map in the zoning code, which currently bisects the site into a 10-story height limit against the East Washington side, and then a 4-story height limit on the back side of the block facing the First Settlement Local Historic District. The amendment would simply be to change this so that the whole block had a 10-story height limit. This is a city-owned property, and we intend, as a city, the intent is that the property will be developed in the coming years once it's done being utilized as a staging area for bus rapid transit construction. And one of the major uses of the site will very likely be housing at a variety of income levels, including affordable housing. And staff didn't take a strong position on this amendment. I think one thing that we did note is that we do generally believe as a staff team that the existing heights do provide a lot of flexibility with regard to the housing and the affordable housing that we believe will be the future of this site. So I think that if the height is amended to allow for 10 stories, that may not result in a 10-story building on the site in the end. It may still result in varied height on the property. Again, the city, we're in the driver's seat on this one, and so those details are yet to come. But appreciate that. I believe a lot of the intent of this amendment comes from wanting to really maximize chances for housing units and affordable housing units on the site, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. And we do have some registrants. I'll open the public hearing. The first one is Jim Screntiny, Main Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Jim, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jim Screntiny. I've been in the First Settlement neighborhood since the early 2000s. I was also the chair of the First Settlement District of Capital Neighborhoods for many years. I'll start by saying I'm excited to see the Brayton lot will soon be developed after decades of waiting. First Settlement neighborhood has always viewed the Brayton lot as a location for density in our neighborhood. In fact, we made a huge increase in the Brayton lot's density for the downtown plan over the neighborhood's previous plans for the Brayton lot, raising much of the lot to 10 stories. The image shown kind of makes it look a little bit less than what the downtown plan image shows. So I was a little confused by that. But we've always planned for strips along East Main Street and South Hancock Street of the Brayton lot as transitions in height to the 2- and 3-story buildings in the First Settlement Historic District on the other side of those streets. This kind of transition is not unusual. It's not a special request. It's just good urban design that's implemented in many locations throughout the city. Eliminating this transition area that's required under the current map is being proposed for the possibility of more affordable housing. I'm for affordable housing and voted for it as the main use of the city's Block 113 redevelopment meeting. The submitted petition shows a clear desire for affordable housing, and I'm glad that the Brayton lot will be part of the solution through its RFP language and with the opportunity for additional floors given the affordable housing ordinance. But eliminating this transition area won't solve the affordable housing problem. At a recent neighborhood meeting with downtown alders about this proposed change, many people spoke in favor of keeping the existing height, including Helen Bradbury of Stonehouse Development, who has significant experience developing affordable housing in Madison. She recommended to keep the existing heights and to develop the transition area as affordable housing. If this transition area were to be eliminated, I'm concerned about the unintended consequences. Will this have the opposite effect, resulting in less affordable housing, as was mentioned at the neighborhood meeting? Will the city's example encourage a pattern of developers seeking similar height map amendments for affordable housing? Will transitions stepping down to heights of neighboring buildings become a thing of the past? Will the pedestrian scale of Madison's neighborhood streets be compromised? I ask that you support the existing plan for the Brayton lot's height and keep the transition area. Please don't approve the potential of a 140-foot cliff on First Settlement's neighborhood streets. I hope we can find balance and move forward together on a great project, one that Louisa Brayton would be proud to have associated with her name.
Thank you, Jim. Our next registrant is Bob Kleba, East Gorham Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Bob, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, staff. Appreciate your time tonight. Normally, Plan Commission is not the Wild West of zoning. I am oppose this resolution because the current zoning actually favors affordable housing, which is what I believe the sponsors of this resolution intend to promote. These sponsors wrongly believe that increasing the height will provide affordable housing, but increasing the height to 10 stories over the whole Brayton lot will only make the Brayton lot irresistible to 100% market rate housing, and the purchase price of the land that the city will also not be able to resist. The current step down to 4 stories could be modified to something like 5, potentially 6 stories to provide housing that will be cheaper to construct and thus more affordable, very similar to what we have in Bayview currently, and the Breeze on the 1000 block of East Mifflin. I strongly recommend that the commission not change the zoning if the commission want to see affordable housing built on the Brayton lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Bob was our last registrant on this. Are there any questions for either of our registrants? Any questions for either of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alderfield.
Thank you, Chair. I was wondering if anyone on staff knew why the line dividing the 10 and the 4-story height limits was discontinuous and heads off in a direction partway through the lot.
That's a great question. I'm going to give 2 different answers, one of which is probably correct. Oftentimes the lines are drawn based on old parcel lines, and so you'll see some jogs in the downtown height map based on where the existing the original plat for the city lot lines are. Also, another possibility would be that there was a desire to have some of the lower portion of the block along not only East Main Street but also along Hancock. So that could be the reason for the jog too. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what the reason for that small jog is.
Sure, thank you.
Alder Bennett. Alder Bennett?
My apologies. Yes, for staff. I'm wondering, I know that there is a question kind of premised on, I believe, what Helen stated at the neighborhood meeting about the impact of allowing 10 stories and what that would do to the bidding process. Could you provide insight to us what if controlled for if the affordability requirements written into the RFP, how that controls for ensuring that affordability would be in the final design and not create a huge bidding war that is kind of being told?
Sure. I mean, I think the main thing to remember is that the city will be making the decision. So the council, the common council, will be making a decision on who ultimately develops the site in the end and what's included on the site in the end. My very strong hunch is that affordable housing will be included in the eventual development. And if that is an element that's strongly prioritized in the city's request for proposals, then it must be included by any developer moving forward. I think one of the more practical issues that we as staff do see is that for a lot of the affordable housing projects that move forward, particularly those with some household or some units for very low income households, they utilize the Section 42 tax credit or 9% tax credit subsidy in order to move forward. And most often that is in a 4 to 5 story building. This site has the capacity to support multiple buildings or one building at multiple heights, like you see at the Breeze and the Lyric down the street a little bit on East Washington, where we could really see, a variety of the levels of affordability, a variety of heights, et cetera. At the end of the day, the city does, hold the cards as far as what will end up on the site, based on the fact that we do own it and we'll be letting it for a request for proposals for development or perhaps developing it ourselves. We have not determined how best yet to move forward on this site, but the city is in control of the decisions in the end.
Thank you, Heather. Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Bennett?
Nope. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Yeah, so I have a question for staff on regards to the potential or the estimate of the RFP. Will the RFP take years to be developed, or is that something that is currently in the works? Is it months, weeks? What is the? Can you give me a little bit of that piece of information, please?
Certainly, we don't have a date picked yet, but we're thinking either probably the first or second quarter of next year would be the timing for letting the request for proposals if we move forward in that manner with the request for development proposals.
And I don't know what your process is in regards to the RFPs. I mean, I know what how community service works on that regard, but will part of the process be to share that RFP with council before it goes out, or the language? How does that work?
So we, just to be clear, there's been no decision yet by the council as to whether there will be a request for proposals. That could be one way that it moves forward. Another way that it moves forward would be for the city or the CDA to actually develop the property and be the developer. But typically, if we would move forward through the request for proposals option, that would be shared with it certainly could be shared with the council, and I would say it likely would in this case prior to being let.
Yep. Thank you so much, Heather.
Sure.
Alder Rummel. And Alder Rummel, I would just say that the email that you sent arrived after our Plan Commission meeting started, so I doubt that everyone has read that. So just so you're aware.
I certainly realized I sent it right when your meeting started. So my apologies for being late. But my question, and I hopefully Heather can help help me understand. So this parcel is connected to the BRT, as you mentioned, part of our federal match for funding. And I understand the value is about $9 million. Is that something that we now owe to Metro, or is there wiggle room where we could pay for it in different ways? Can you help me understand what the real cost of land is to us as partners with Metro and or to a developer if there were a private entity involved?
Yeah, I'm not going to know all the details, but I think the essence of your question is a really important one. This isn't a piece of land that we're going to be able to give to someone to develop for $1. I want to start there. We need to make, as a city, we need to make back a certain amount of its worth. And I think that, it is a, as Alder Rummel mentioned, in the $9 million realm now. We do have some competing priorities with this property as a city. We need to make back, as much as is feasible while delivering community benefits through affordable housing or, whatever else ends up on the site. We need to really strike that balance. And I mean, the collective we as a city need to strike that balance between getting that value back for Metro and delivering, all of the wonderful things that we want to see on this site. So again, this isn't the type of case where the city could put out a request for proposals and end up giving the land for free to a developer to develop.
Just to follow up, is there anywhere in between 0 to 100? Like, I don't know that you have the answer, but it just occurs to me that if we delayed payment or we had different use TIF, or I'm just sort of speculating, but is there an opportunity for that?
I'm not the best one to address that. I know that these questions will come up at future council meetings, certainly. And I'd have to circle back and get back to the Plan Commission after coordinating with others in planning, community, and economic development to really get that clear picture. My apologies.
That's okay. I wasn't sure you were the right person to answer, but my last question for staff is, this location is not like in a high priority. I'm assuming it's not in a high priority for WIDA Section 42 tax credits. Have we successfully sought credits downtown? I'm just trying to get to the viability of even expecting to get tax credits at the 9% level.
Sure. Well, we have seen competitive projects, and in fact, projects that are, completely constructed and have years of residents living in them, very close by. The best one I can really think of is probably the Breeze and Lyric that I mentioned. The Breeze side of the Breeze Lyric building, about 10 blocks, not even 10, probably 7 blocks to the east. We did tax credits were let to the Salvation Army for their housing on their site. And so I think this would be a fairly competitive site. It's certainly very competitive with regard to the city's affordable housing fund. If this were a privately owned property, for instance, it's situated in an area where transit and other amenities are within easy walking distance. And that's what the city's affordable housing priority fund, it's Affordable Housing Fund looks at as far as priorities are concerned. We just funded the St. John's site just across the street as well. So I do think this is a site that is competitive for both the city's Affordable Housing Fund and WIDA Section 42 tax credits.
Thank you. That's all my questions. I'll have more comments too later. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing none, is there a motion? Commissioner Figueroa Cole.
Okay, I give it a try, but I need a minute. Give me 1 second. All right, so I mean, there's no standards on this, or well, I motion that the Plan Commission recommends to amend Section 28.072 of 8 related to the downtown height limits in the Madison General Ordinance to update the downtown height map in the Brayton lot area and send a recommendation to council for approval.
Is seconded by Alder Field. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Figueroa Cole?
Sure, I'll take the opportunity now. I'm one of the sponsors of this proposal. I want to, the intent here is to have the ability to provide a blank canvas to the developers with which attached to some sort of potentially an RFP that will guide the decision making to build to take opportunity of whatever possibilities there might be with the higher height. As Heather mentioned before, I think one of the priorities is affordable housing. So if that is an RFP where affordable housing is our priority, and we cannot find somebody that with the imagination or doesn't financially work, we cannot find someone that is able to accomplish that with 10 stories, and they come back to us and say, we tried this, but we cannot make it work. Then eventually we'll have choices to pick from either way. So the intent here is to expand to have a full choices on what can go into this lot. This is this is a huge opportunity for the city of land that we own. It's something that will impact the entire city of Madison, not just the downtown area. And I want to take as full advantage as possible on this particular regard. As mentioned before, it might not be 10 story high at the end of the day, but I don't want to limit ourselves or tie our hands by not giving ourselves the maximum amount of stories possible in the area. That's why I'm moving forward with, we put forward these amendments. So I hope that the other commissioners are in support of that line of thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Further discussion, comments, input? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. And again, I'm apologizing for not getting my email to you earlier in time. And I kind of wrote to you saying that I generally agree with the staff report that that we can meet our goals of a mix of market rate and affordable housing, including deeply affordable housing, with the current 10-4 split the way it is now. As they state in their comments that because of the downtown bonus ordinance, a 4-story building could go up to like have 5 floors, or we could maybe potentially amend it to be more floors than just 4. But I'm personally not supporting 10 stories because what I want is the maximum affordability. And I think by saying it's all 10 stories, we're saying that it's the maximum revenue for the city so that we then get the funds. Some developer will get really excited and maybe spend more money than somebody who's going to provide the 30 to 50% AMI in the lower heights. So my understanding is that typically the 9% tax credit projects are built using wood construction, and those are limited in height to up to maybe 5 stories on top of a podium. And while I share the sponsor's goals and the best outcome and having opportunities, I'm not convinced that changing the 4-story to 10 will actually accomplish that compared to a more modest potential change to the 4-story portion to say 5 stories. And I'd be willing to consider, myself 5 stories, and then maybe with the opportunity to add the bonus floor. Our adopted plans for the Brayton lot have had this step down to the residential neighborhood for a really long time. 2/3 to 3/4 of the site is set to be 10 stories. But I think that transitional piece, as one of the registrants said, is good urban planning. And we embodied that urban planning in all of Urban Design District 8, going down the north side of East Washington, where we stepped down between 30 and 45 degrees to the adjacent neighborhood. So it seems like that would be, so not only would the sort of lower heights give us that transition, but it's also the type of building that generates steeper affordability. So I see that as some kind of variation on a win-win. I've written a lot about this on my blog and stuff, and I wanted to talk about the neighborhood meeting. About 50 people showed up, and there was a definite mix of opinion, and it was really one of those kind of nice meetings you have where people listen to each other. And I think everyone, even the strong proponents, knew that it might not end up being 10 stories. But I also think that somebody mentioned Helen Bradbury spoke very eloquently about how to build the most deeply affordable housing is from wood construction, not concrete construction. So with the different heights, we'll have a mix of building types, and hopefully that's the best way to get a variety of units, and a lot more units than are obviously there now. So again, I'm not sure how to direct you, because I hope you don't vote for the 10 stories, but on some level, as it goes forward, it will still be a good discussion that we're having, and I do appreciate the discussion. So I do thank you for your time, and hope that you will think about how the land use economics is also a factor in this equation, not just, sort of a general call for opportunities and choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, I would actually, Alder Rummel said a lot of what I was going to say, what I wanted to say. I think that, again, the staff's point in the memo, I concur with that. I think having that step down is a good thing, particularly as you transition to, once again, the first settlement neighborhood. This is an issue that we are going to face again and again and again. And I think we need to be consistent going into the future in terms of this. And I fully understand and appreciate the need, again, for affordable housing and that sort, but we have to balance it with, again, our need for good planning, and also listening to what the residents in that area, what they feel. And it is something in terms of making it, once again, moving from 4 to 10, it will create a canyon, right? As I'm sitting here, I'm looking at Google Maps and I'm just going, wow, that's going to be an awful lot, once again, compared to right next to the first settlement neighborhood. So, yeah, my preference is to, along with staff, is to keep it as it is and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Bennett.
Thank you. I did want to first off shed light to what I saw in the neighborhood meeting. And to those that were not able to attend, I think it was a very well attended and very indicative of kind of the general thought process and shifting of priorities that we are seeing in downtown Madison. Of course, we saw a substantial group of established neighbors that were able to be a part of the process 10 years ago for the downtown plan, and some even 30 years ago when their first settlement neighborhood plan was first drafted. There was also an equally substantial group that came out and spoke in support of increasing the height limits, sharing their struggles with housing in Madison, particularly that of which is affordable. And I will also note that there are 68 people that signed a petition in support of increasing the height limits. The reason why myself and my colleagues put this forward is entirely premised upon allowing ourselves to have the most possibilities with affordable housing. That is the entire premise of this. I too spoke with Helen and some other folks at Stonehouse Development today, and the general agreement is that this development is really going to be predicated on how the RFP is written, not on the height limits itself. And when I spoke with them, they even noted that should the city state very clearly about what we want in a land use agreement, have restrictions on affordability, that won't create the bidding war that is so catastrophically stated by some, that somehow a bidding war will create won't allow for affordable housing. In fact, that would be abated by having those restrictions in the RFP. So I find it kind of frustrating that some of my colleagues are continuing to distribute these arguments that this is premised on allowing developers on making this more appealing to developers, because that's entirely false. That said, I don't think that we should be locked into a single building design. As Alderfield noted, maybe the ultimate design that we choose doesn't need to zigzag as it's written in the current plan. Maybe we can move around buildings such that it allows for more lighting for residents on the South Franklin Street side, or creates an opportunity for including more affordable 4% credit units. That's not possible when we lock ourselves into one singular type of building. And I just truly believe that, I don't know, I feel like I have a fundamental difference of what is affordable and to whom, maybe based off of like my experience in that world than others. But ultimately, I think that in respect for our entire city's outcry for affordable housing and everything like that, we shouldn't lock ourselves into one building type. We should instead focus on the affordable measures within the RFP and take this up as a zoning matter. And as a zoning matter, I think that this allows us to be as creative and flexible as possible.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to note too that the building height limits that we're talking about are maximums. And so it is maybe intuitive to think in terms of what that maximum building height would look like. But given some of the market constraints that others have raised tonight, I think we don't know that it would be 10 stories across the entire block, right? I think we should see what's viable. And I think the best way to do that is to not limit ourselves arbitrarily by a zigzag line at 4 stories in the back of the lot, right on Transit 2. I think this is a pretty exciting opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any further, Commissioner Shepherd?
Yeah, I would be in favor of getting rid of the zig and the zag back there and again, making that a straight line. I don't think that would be, I'm sure that's possible at some, point, but I do think, again, having that transition to the neighborhood is important. And again, this isn't the first time and this won't be the last. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments? Then we will come to a vote. And I think we have an indication that it's not going to be unanimous. So I would ask Heather if you will do a roll call.
Absolutely. I will start with what's going on the screen. Commissioner Heck.
Aye.
Vice President Figueroa Cole.
Aye.
Alder Field.
Aye.
Commissioner Spencer.
Aye.
Commissioner Shepherd.
Nay.
Alder Duncan.
Aye.
Okay. Have 5 ayes and 1 no.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you, everybody. And we will move on now to comprehensive plan amendments. So the first item is agenda item 26. Legistar 80281, adopting an amendment to the City of Madison Comprehensive Plan. And the second is agenda item 27, Legistar 80367, with the same description. And we will hear first from Kirsty Lotch. Kirsty?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will share my screen and get us started. 1 second. All right, are y'all seeing the full screen view?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name's Kirsty Lotch. My pronouns are they, them, and I work in the planning division. For those that may not know me, joined by my colleague Ben Zellers as well tonight. And I'm going to start us off here with a bit of a background about the comprehensive plan interim update. I'll try to run through it as quickly as I can, but there is some important background that I would like to make sure that we discuss, in particular because I know we do also have some speakers. Let me advance my slide. There we go. Sorry. So what is the comprehensive plan? So the city's comprehensive plan, or comp plan, as I might refer to it, was adopted in 2018 after over 18 months of public participation. And the plan itself was shaped by extensive community engagement through an effort called Imagine Madison. And through Imagine Madison, we had about 15,000 interactions with community members to shape the plan, and that took place in a wide variety of ways throughout 2017 and 18. So the comprehensive plan guides the city's decision-making and investment. It's sort of like a high-level strategic plan that creates a vision for future Madison and provides recommendations to achieve that vision. So it guides city decision-making and investment in a number of ways, and city departments use this plan for work planning, and they tie budget requests back to the plan as well. One of the main components of the comprehensive plan is the generalized future land use map, which is shown here. And the comprehensive plan guides private sector development through the generalized future land use map, or GFLU map. So for example, we use the GFLU map to review rezoning requests. So the GFLU map makes recommendations for future land uses across the city. And when a rezoning request comes forward, a property needs to be consistent with the future land use shown on the GFLU in order for that rezoning to be approved. So just some background about the meetings that Plan Commission has had so far to discuss this topic. So I'll just kind of cover the scope of the project and provide a summary of what Plan Commission has given for direction so far. So Plan Commission discussed this topic at the September 7th and 18th Plan Commission meetings. The first part of the project scope is incorporating land use recommendations from any of the plans that the city has approved since the comp plan was adopted. So there are 17 of those, which I'm not going to go into detail about, but Plan Commission discussed that this part of the project scope and recommended that those changes be incorporated. So it incorporates land use recommendations from each of those 17 new plans or policies, and doing so makes it easier for our land use policy to be understood by all stakeholders. So most of those changes to the land use map are related to those adopted plans. And I think I said, but if I didn't, Plan Commission provided direction that they were in support of all of those amendments grouped under item 1 here, or item A, I guess, on the slide. The second part of the project scope includes amendments to the 2023 draft GFLU map that are proposed by the public. So the public could submit an application to make a revision to the GFLU map, and the Plan Commission has already provided guidance on the majority of those 81 proposed amendments that were received by the public. There are 4 out of 81 GFLU amendments that Plan Commission had discussed at the last meeting, September 18th, and decided to set those aside to make decisions about tonight. So those 4 remaining GFLU map amendment applications are listed in the memo towards the end of the memo. And all of those changes from both A and B are reflected on the revised October 2023 version of the GFLU map. And then finally, the third part of this project scope includes some other staff proposed changes to the plan document that are not a part of the generalized future land use map itself. So I'm just going to really briefly cover a couple of those. So this slide shows the table of contents from the plan and summarizes some of the main changes that are outside of the generalized future land use map. And the full list is, of course, in your materials and on Legistar. But one of the things that we'll be doing is including a cover memo to just sort of describe progress on implementation since the plan was adopted. And then we'll be updating the population projections. And I'll come back to this on the next slide. We're going to cover this in just a little bit more detail. And then within the original 6 elements of the plan, we are not making any changes to the recommendations that have been adopted in those 6 elements, but we will be updating most of those maps that are within the 6 elements. And most of those changes are just due to existing conditions or other major projects that have been approved. And then we'll be adding the health and safety element, which was adopted by the Common Council in 2022. And I'm going to hand it to Ben to just briefly run through some of the information about the population projections that are included in the update.
Thanks, Kirsty. So as Kirsty mentioned, one of the things that is getting updated as part of the comp plan update is the population projection that's included in the comp plan. And just have a comparison here between the 2018 projection. There were actually 3 kind of projections creating a range in 2018. This is actually the highest of those projections, and it predicted that we would have about 314,000 residents by 2040. With the comp plan being adopted in 2018, we just a few years after that had 2020 census numbers come in, and they were pretty substantially higher than even the high projection that was included in the 2018 comp plan. So we thought with this process, it was appropriate to update that to reflect the faster pace that the city was growing at. And so that was done through this process. We're now anticipating about 115,000 residents through 2050. So in addition to updating the projection to account for the city's faster growth, we also extended it another 10 years. And we, in the past, have looked a little bit more towards projections that the state and Capital Area Regional Planning Commission have used, but really those have historically been much slower than the city has actually grown. CARPC in particular has to refer back to state projections when they're doing some of their work, but given past growth patterns for the city, we thought it was appropriate to reflect the more recent trends toward a faster growth rate. And so that's what we've done for this comp plan update. Kirsty, I can turn it back over to you.
Perfect. Thanks, Ben. So that's, a bit of a background about the project scope and, where we've been so far throughout this process. Here's just a look at the project timeline. Definitely not going to cover all these dates, but it just sort of summarizes the timeline thus far. So Plan Commission has provided direction on many of the proposed revisions. Again, the memo has 4 topics that are remaining for the Plan Commission to discuss. So Plan Commission tonight would make a formal recommendation as opposed to on September 7th and 18th, which was informal direction to staff. And then, so after tonight, we would expect the Common Council to review and consider adoption on November 21st. So yeah, that's hopefully brief enough, but if there are questions, we can cover those as well. But the remaining topics that are outlined in the memo are summarized at the bottom of the slide here. And I do have slides to go through each of these topics to provide a bit of staff background and summary, but I'll hand it back over to the chair to see if that's how we would like to proceed.
We do have some registrants, but I think I'd like to get the rest of your presentation before we go to our registrants. So if you could go ahead and go through any remaining slides that you have to.
Okay. Sure, we can do that. Just following the order that they're listed in the memo, the first of the 4 topics are the 2 new generalized future land use map notes for the Regent Street area. So on September 18th, when we were discussing the generalized future land use map amendments that were submitted by Downtown Madison Inc., Plan Commission had directed staff to create 2 new additional map notes in order to consider buildings that are taller than the maximum building heights recommended in the Regent Street South Campus Neighborhood Plan. So the proposed language is shown here. I could also pull it up on the interactive map, but it applies to the locations that are, described here around Regent Street area. And I did speak with staff at Downtown Madison Inc., and they were just, to let you all know, they were fine with this language as written, as proposed by staff. Should I continue and go through all 4 of these at once?
Please.
Okay, sounds good. So then the next topic is regarding language related to redevelopment of institutional uses. This includes proposed changes to the low residential category description, as well as changes to the special institutional or SI category description. So these 2 changes are proposed as a part of this interim update to make it easier for vacant or underutilized institutional uses, such as places of worship. So it would make it easier for any of those sites that are vacant to be redeveloped with housing in the future. So we talked about this a bit at the last meeting, but I think Plan Commission is now aware, and we forwarded on some materials about the national trend in which religious institutions, like places of worship, are closing more often than before. And this is happening across the country. So the proposed provision is just a small step to make it easier for housing to be built on those sites if an institutional use would become vacant or relocate. So we conducted a mapping analysis to highlight some of the applicable sites within Madison that this change would apply to. So those are shown in light blue and red on this map, and you can see the attachment on Legistar as well if you wanted to get a larger look at it. So there are 2 maps in the memo. They show the same information. The next map just shows the land uses along with it, but this one is a little bit easier to see where these sites are located. So the mapping analysis shows that there are about 80 institutional uses that are currently mapped as low residential, or LR, and that is typical for smaller civic or institutional uses. So smaller institutional uses can be mapped or classified as LR because institutional uses are allowed in most land use categories. So those mapped as LR are shown as red, and then the larger institutional uses are mapped as SI, and those are shown in blue here on this site. And there are about 30 of those that are non-governmental institutional uses. So in total, there are about 110 or so of these sites. It's not a perfect analysis. We had to do this manually to comb through all of the parcel data, but it should be pretty close to that amount of sites, around 100 or 110 sites. But of course, we cannot predict how many of them may become vacant in the future or could redevelop, if any. So the direction at the September 18th Plan Commission meeting was for staff to make the category description text for SI and LR a little bit more flexible to allow for the consideration of redevelopment that is more dense than low medium residential, which is what it was sort of leaning toward in that version of the text that we provided then. Plan Commission wanted text that would allow for essentially more medium residential to be considered when a site is located next to parks or other amenities. So in the memo, staff has included some information about trade-offs to keep in mind as this language is considered. I don't know if I should go through each of these in detail, but in the memo we included, some of the trade-offs are potential loss of future missing middle housing, So we may see less of those, like attached townhomes or other types of that scale of smaller missing middle housing, as we would anticipate that redevelopment with townhomes or that type of missing middle wouldn't take place, as many developers would likely assume intensities at the upper end of the medium residential range. And then, another thing to take into account is reduced predictability, adding more possibilities for MR or medium residential could make it somewhat less clear when medium residential should be considered for a site. So we've tried to include some factors that should be considered in the revised language. And then the other thing is, shifting from low residential to medium residential can be a considerable change. And, with the vast variety of these over 100 sites, it's hard to know the context of each of the relevant sites here. So overall, staff thinks that this could be addressed through upcoming area plan process for the city. So the language that we've proposed is essentially a stopgap between the area plan process recommending future land uses for these sites. And staff prefers the language that's dated 10 or October 11th, because it provides a bit more guidance about the factors to determine when medium residential is appropriate. So I do have that text on the slide. It's also in your memo. Certainly not going to read it now, but we can discuss as we go through this. So this is the text for special institutional. So again, there's changes for both low residential category description and changes for the special institutional category description. So that's the second topic in the memo. The next topic in the memo is related to a provision for increased intensity related to low medium residential. This has also been referred to as the escalator clause related to LMR or low medium residential. So this topic is on page 3 of your memo. And as staff was working on revising the draft language for the previous one that I covered about language for redevelopment of institutional uses, as we were working on revising language, it was discussed that there's some similar ambiguity for the low medium residential text under this table that's shown here on the slide. And that's highlighted in blue there. That blue text is the escalator clause. So staff would like to provide a bit more predictability for all stakeholders so that there's more direction about when 70 units per acre and 4 stories would be appropriate for low medium residential sites. Again, here's the current language at the top of the slide, and then the proposed language is underneath. And I just wanted to note that staff recommends replacing the current language with this proposed language. And I also wanted to note that the final sentence in this proposed language, starting with the word factors, that is the same as the language proposed regarding redevelopment of institutional sites. It's the same as the October 11th version of that language. So the reason for doing that is just to have consistency across these different situations, so that we wouldn't have to refer to different circumstances when considering medium residential. And then along with revising this text, the thought is that the city would review LMR sites through the area plan processes and select either LMR or MR, so low medium residential or medium residential for each of those sites. And then once that review is completed through an area plan, that increased intensity for LMR or that escalator clause would no longer apply to that area plan once it's adopted. So for example, we're starting to work on this through the west and northeast area plans. And once that would be completed, the proposal is that the LMR escalator would no longer apply to those planning areas. And then finally, we have the 4 remaining GFOU map amendments, which Ben was going to provide an overview of these 4 remaining amendments. Unless we would like to hit pause here. Should we just continue?
Yeah, I'd like to go through this, get our registrants, and then loop back for questions.
Sounds good.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so these 4 areas on the west side of the city were discussed at the last Plan Commission meeting on the comp plan in September. And at that point, the Plan Commission decided to further discuss them at this public hearing. No decisions were made at the September meeting. And so Area 1, currently low residential, was a request by the applicant to change that to a mix of low, medium, and medium residential, largely surrounded by low residential right now. And then as we go to the south, 4, 7, and 8, all currently employment. Applicant for number 4 is requested a mix of neighborhood mixed use, high residential, and community mixed use. For number 7, the neighborhood development plan actually has industrial with employment as an alternative use. The comprehensive plan is showing employment, and there's an application for medium residential to a change to medium residential there. That site in particular is actually adjacent to a developing city public works campus immediately to the south, which certainly could be kind of a factor in discussions as to whether or not a change would be appropriate there. And then Area 8, neighborhood development plan and the comprehensive plan have that shown as E. Applicant requesting a change to neighborhood mixed use. And as in, or with the staff spreadsheet for the reviews, staff is recommending really sticking with the current land use in all 4 of these cases for the reasons outlined in that spreadsheet that was reviewed back in September. And certainly we can dig back into that a little bit more as far as the staff reasoning to try to maintain the current designations. But I will turn it back over to Kirsty and the commission.
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, so that is all that we have in terms of this staff background. So yeah, I would actually hand it back over to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm sure that there will be questions. We will go to registrants. I'll open the public hearing. The first one is Nan Fay, West Wilson Street, Madison. Support wishing to speak. Nan, you have 3 minutes, and welcome back to the Plan Commission.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be back with you as a former member and chair, and I fully appreciate the hours you dedicate to the city. I submitted written comments last week that I won't repeat this evening, just highlight the central point and emphasize the need for an additional recommendation before passing the interim update on to the Common Council for its consideration next week. In the staff's list of revisions, item K, and I'm referring here to the October 11th staff memo. I haven't seen the new one. Item K recommends the addition of community gardens and urban agriculture to the list of appropriate land uses in the parks and open space category on page 25. This is an important recognition of the status quo and a commitment to the future that should be easy to support. But adding this language creates the need for a definition of community gardens that's not currently included in the comp plan. The city is generally careful to provide important definitions in its planning documents, so this gap in the glossary should be addressed by the interim update. Suggest the Plan Commission recommend that staff add this to its list of revisions and consider whether the definition in the zoning code could be used to maintain consistency. And finally, I'd just like to urge you to take seriously the comments on the GFLU map that were submitted by members of the city and county food councils, the Gardens Network, and Rooted to locate and protect areas for growing food in our community. All these organizations were represented on the Farmland Preservation Task Force that I chaired recently, and its report includes extensive research, valuable resources, and many maps that support the need to be proactive about growing areas when we're identifying future land uses. There's a hyperlink to the report in the written comments. So in closing, my request is simple. Please recommend approval of item K and consider adding a definition for community gardens to the list of revisions that you forward on to the council. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about these requests and or the Farmland Preservation Task Force report. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. The next registrant, and we will loop back questions after all the folks have spoken. So the next one is Nicholas Leet, Union Street, neither support nor opposed, wishing to speak, representing Rooted, Wisconsin. Nicholas, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for your time. I've submitted written notes from myself and Marcia Caton Campbell, the executive director of my organization, Rooted, from which I'd like to highlight a few points regarding the generalized future land use map as part of the updates to the city comprehensive plan. We are both members of the Regional Ag and Food Sovereignty Working Group, which is composed by members of the Madison and Dane County Food Policy Councils. Through our work with that, as well as my work as in Rooted for community gardeners and current and aspiring small-scale vegetable farmers, we've seen a serious need for growing space accessible to residents of the city of Madison, many of whom do not own a personal vehicle. For this reason, I would like you to reconsider suggested amendments made to the generalized future land use map made by Rooted staff. These are amendments 66, 67, 68, and 69. Generally about preserving existing farmlands by changing their GFLU from mostly LR to parks and open space. Would particularly like to call attention to amendment request number 69 regarding an area of Milwaukee Street just east of 94. For Plan Commission staff, this is an area nearing build out and on the D1 transit line. And it's currently categorized as LR. Our original request was for parks and open space for this whole parcel, which still feel is just fine, but LR seems like a particularly poor use along a transit line in an area nearing build out. I would recommend, if the Plan Commission wishes to satisfy a need for housing, to change the GFLU for the portion of this to a LMR or MR, some high density use for the parcel while retaining the other part for urban agriculture. This is just about one particular unit of land. We were only able to make comments about 5 parcels with the time that we had. But in general, I'm just, I guess, concerned. The comprehensive plan has language on farmland preservation. This year, there was the report of the task force on farmland preservation approved by the Common Council. And then there's this general trend of permanent conversion of farmland, mostly into low residential, which is not going to be much housing, not going to be deep affordability, likely won't even be affordable at 80% AMI. And I feel like it's getting rid of the last few pieces of farmland accessible by public transit without much benefit. Out of time, I guess request more of the existing farmland be preserved as parks and open space. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. The next registrant is Ronald Trachtenberg, Century Avenue, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak, representing Randy and Carl Eggert. Ronald, you have 3 minutes.
If the Eggerts are here, I'd rather have them speak first. Is that possible? Hello?
Yeah, it's a long evening, so
Okay.
you want us to come back to you then? Is that what you're saying?
Please.
Okay, next registrant is Dan Steyer. San Juan Trail, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Dan, you have 3 minutes.
Dan, you should see a pop-up to unmute yourself. It might be behind the window. There you go. You're
Okay, I
unmuted
think
now.
I got it. Thank
Yep.
you very much. I want to thank you, Chair Zellers, and the commissioners and the staff for the hundreds of hours you put in betterment of our city. And I want you to bear with me while I say what I'm about to say. And that is that I appreciate the opportunity for you to provide us with input. But what we need and expect from Madison is the opportunity to provide meaningful input preceded by adequate notice of what the issues actually are. I'm here tonight because hundreds of us have registered in opposition to a proposed Stonehouse project on Old Sauk Road on October 24th. Hundreds of us registered in opposition. And since then, we have been working very, very hard to catch up on exactly what's going on here. In conversations with Alder Slack, we learned that number 26 on the agenda tonight may have an impact on us and should be of concern. My wife and I are both trained as attorneys. We have spent many hours to decipher the issues underlying number 26. And for those who we've been working with, it'd be virtually impossible to explain to other people how number 26 applies to us. With some very good help from Kirsty Latch, we've got closer to understanding it, and her slides that she demonstrated tonight, she shared that information with us and gave us a better understanding. But I just want to tell you, as a reasonably informed person, paying attention to what goes on in the city, not necessarily being conversant with land use plans, my understanding was the city had chosen various BRT routes. And along with those routes, they established some circumstances where you would have dense, high-rise apartment complexes. So in our neighborhood, which is a tree-lined street on Old Sauk Road, a former 160-acre Piersdorf farm across the street, 156 acres have been developed, all to our satisfaction. We think it looks just fine. And now the final 3.77 acres are proposed to have 175 units with a 4-story building. And it just doesn't seem right to us. So we wanted to try to figure out how that could possibly be. And that, with Kirsty's help, said Old Sauk Road is an arterial road. And so we have the ability to escalate it up to 70 units per acre. Just doesn't seem right to us. It lacks common sense. And we're asking you.
Thank you, Dan. Your time is up.
Yeah, close to the end.
Yeah, almost got there.
Moving on to our next registrant, Diane Sorensen, San Juan Trail, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. And Diane, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Zellers, and thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak to you tonight. I am following up on my husband's remarks. I too live in Parkwood Hills near Old Sauk Road, where the parcels in question are going to be developed. My neighbors and I always expected the parcels to be developed. And when I saw the city's land use plan had low, medium, LMR category, this made sense because this category would allow the development of houses that fell in the missing middle gap, and that would be fitting, we thought, to the neighborhood. What I didn't see was the LMR escalator that allows the construction of the 4-story, 70 units per acre complexes. My neighbors and I were shocked and dismayed and flabbergasted. I think I can speak for the entire neighborhood when I protest not the LMR designation, but the escalator that allows massive high-rise apartment complex development. We want a chance to be heard on this escalator. I've been working almost full-time trying to understand how this happened, what's happening now, what's going to happen in the coming months, and how we can promote the development of missing middle housing for this property. I'm learning, and we all are, what we're asking the Plan Commission to do is give us an opportunity to participate meaningfully in this complex business. I'm asking the Commission to defer all actions involving LMR escalator until the West Side Plan is completed and presented, directing the West Side staff to seek resident and stakeholder input on the plan, particularly with regard to LMR parcels, which stand on the bubble with the escalator between that and MR, and to defer any action on the language defining the select conditions permitting escalated development until, again, the residents and stakeholders have an opportunity to begin to understand the proposal and to have meaningful input in that proposal. So we're just asking to be part of this business of planning for a parcel that affects our homes, our neighborhood, and our city as well. I appreciate the opportunity to speak my piece with everyone here. And we hope that, again, that we'll be given the opportunity to participate and that the Plan Commission will slow things down enough to consider the value of using the LMR category without an escalator to foster the missing middle housing development that this community needs. Thank you again.
Thank you, Diane. The next registrant is Randall Eggert, Shui Road, Middleton. Neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Randall, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. My name is Randall Eggert, and I own the 6-acre parcel located at the northeast corner of Shui Road and White Fox Lane on the city's far west side. We submitted an amendment request to change the future land use of our site from the current low residential category to low, medium, or medium residential. I also spoke during public comments during the Plan Commission meeting back on September 7th. And since that meeting, I sent a follow-up letter to Plan Commission members and the planning staff, along with copies of some maps that I found in the 2018 Elderberry Neighborhood Plan on the city website. I just want to take a few minutes to comment on those maps. The first map shows that both Shui Road and White Fox Lane were designated as collector streets intended to carry higher levels of traffic than typical neighborhood streets. When you look at that map, you see that almost every intersection of 2 collector streets in the Elderberry neighborhood has low, medium, or medium residential sites at those intersections, except for our intersection and one other. So clearly there is precedent for higher density at these types of intersections, which makes a lot of sense because those streets are wider and purposely designed to handle more traffic. Another map from the 2018 plan shows the bicycle and pedestrian plan for the area. And again, our property is well served by dedicated on-street bicycle lanes, as well as the new paved multi-use path that directly borders the north and east side of our property, providing excellent access for both bikers and pedestrians to the entire neighborhood and nearby recreational amenities like Eagle Trace Park, Pope Farm Conservancy, and the recently opened Pope Farm Elementary School, less than a half mile from our property. Families and children can now easily walk to the new school from our site on a safe off-street paved path. Someday, the school district also plans to build a new middle school next to the new elementary school. Finally, a third map in the 2018 plan shows future potential transit streets. Shui Road, which runs north-south along the west side of our property, will someday connect Old Sauk Road and Mineral Point Road and is listed as a potential transit street in the future. Again, I think it makes a lot of sense to have higher density in a location like this than the low residential category currently allows. It is true that the city was aware that a new elementary school was planned nearby when the plan was last updated in 2018, but the staff and the commission had no idea at that time when that school would actually get built. The referendum that paid for the school wasn't passed until a year later in 2019. And because of the pandemic, the school really didn't open until 2021, but now it's there. We also couldn't foresee the effect of the pandemic on the housing market, which has led to serious undersupply of housing at the same time that higher interest rates are making homeownership much less affordable than it was pre-pandemic. I noticed a comment in the memo from the planning staff to the commission for today's meeting that says, quote, staff recommends no change to the GFLU map, or at most a change from low residential to low medium residential. I really appreciate the staff does now appear open to the idea of making the change to the low medium residential category here, and I hope the Plan Commission will vote to do so. When the city's projecting over 100,000 new residents by 2050, we are running out of sites like ours that make a lot of sense to add more density and relatively more affordable, family-friendly housing options. The need already exists today, not 4 or 5 more years from now. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Randall. Our next registrant is Hal Harlow, Yosemite Place, opposed and wishing to speak. Hal, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Hal Harlow. For the last 43 years, my wife Diane and I have lived on Yosemite Place on the far west side of Madison. Recently, we learned of a proposal to construct a 175-unit, 4-story high building in our largely one-family housing neighborhood, where other than a church steeple, there are no structures higher than 2 stories. At an October 24th meeting, the local community was given its first introduction to the proposed development. Over 250 community residents appeared and several dozen spoke, all in opposition to the proposal. With one voice, they expressed their astonishment that something so incompatible with their existing development might be considered. Tonight, the commission is being called upon to review revised language related to a number of building types. I'm requesting that the commission defer action on the language related to large multifamily buildings, and that relates to the escalator clause. That language will have a direct impact upon the conceptual framework in which the proposed construction of this 4-story building is evaluated. If adopted, that language could unintentionally make community input and a meaningful discussion of the impact of this proposed building irrelevant. I'm asking only that you defer action regarding that language to allow for a more focused input by a very concerned and sizable affected community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hal. Our next registrant is Victor Taniolo, Ford Street, opposed and wishing to speak. Victor, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, Liddell. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would very much like to thank Randall and echo pretty much everything he said. I am also here in support of missing middle housing, and I would like to oppose the removal of the language related to the escalator clause, but only because I would like to leave the option open in the future should staff choose to leave low, medium residential as it is, to have the option of a 4-story building. Because again, I believe a 4-story building is the missing middle housing Madison desperately needs. I would also urge staff to consider moving as many of these low, medium residential properties as possible to medium residential, especially given the language of being on arterial streets and given the long debate and successful passing of the transit-oriented development overlay district at council last year or 2 years ago that further underscores the need for additional density along transit routes. And I'd like to hear a little bit from staff, if possible, about where their definitions of arterial streets come from, and whether or not there would be any conflict with the proposed amended language and the transit-oriented development overlay districts that are effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Our next registrant is Lynn Green, Old Sauk Road, opposed and wishing to speak. Lynn, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, thank you. Our next registrant is Ronald Trachtenberg, Century Avenue, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak. Ronald, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. As I said, I represent Randy and Carrie Egert, and I certainly support their request for a change in the land use plan from LR to LMR and or MR. This is regarding the Shway Road property. Last millennium, I was an alder and I was also on the plan commission. And when a request came in for a change in the land use plan or rezoning, I looked at it in a little different way. I wasn't quite as conservative as staff was, saying, well, what was our plan 5 years ago or 10 years ago? What I looked at is, what was the request of the landowner? Does it make sense? And if it makes sense, what does it negatively impact on the residual portion of the plan or the zoning map? Randy has outlined quite exquisitely all the benefits of changing the land use plan from LR to LMR and MR. This is the middle missing housing that we need. This node, and I use the word node intentionally, is a perfect place to put it. Putting the additional housing density in this area does not adversely impact the surrounding plan area. So for these reasons, I ask you to amend the land use plan to LMR and or MR. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronald. And I just got a note that we have one more registrant on this. Linda Leonard, South Patterson, opposed and wishing to speak. Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I have 3 issues I would like to address with this. One is the escalator cause for LMR. What is taken out of that description is generally along arterial streets. I would like to see that put back in. It's not a limitation. It gives a sense of where they should go. About half of the isthmus is an LMR land use, and it could put a 4-story, 70-unit building smack dab in the middle. And that goes against what the comp plan says about comparable and comparable looking type of things. And until such time that our plans, our area plans are done, which would be in the next couple years, this really isn't going to have a lot of impact. As I say, it's not a prohibition for something into the neighborhood itself, but generally along arterial streets is where these things could be possible. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the 800 and 900 blocks of East Washington changing from employment to regional mixed use. This would create a conflict with the area plan, the Capital Gateway Corridor plan. The comp plan says that the comp plan should be consistent with these sub-area plans. The Gateway plan says this is employment/residential, which means primarily employment uses with residential uses as a secondary use. Regional mixed use would allow much broader use, for example, commercial, and the Gateway plan says employment is not commercial, and that generally employment districts do not include retail and consumer services serving the wider community. Third, former map note number 4, which now has become map note number 1. The idea of house-like, I would like to see put back into it. It's not a restriction. It's not creating any sense of exclusion. It merely applies to what the buildings should look like. Comp plan and even the fact document for this interim update talk about context-sensitive design. And in the isthmus, which is where this map note applies, the context-sensitive design is house-like, whether it's peaked roofs or porches. Insertion of missing middle adds nothing to this note because we already are missing middle housing and anything else would be. It also isn't really fair in a way because the traditional residential plan districts are protected. And so these fake districts, so to speak, would continue to have protection while the real ones wouldn't. In the TRP district, even non-residential uses need to, quote, reflect the design of other uses within the development, unquote, within the master plan development. It also gives building design standards for the massing and composition of structures and how they all have to be similar to what's already there.
Thank you, Linda. That concludes your available time. That is all of our registrants. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Questions of any of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I'll close the public hearing. We can go to general questions of staff, or we can walk through the memo to plan commissioners from staff, noting the remaining topics that we have for discussion. But note that those topics don't necessarily include everything that was brought up in our testimony. So I think that we need to make sure that we consider the things too that came up in testimony, are aware of those. Some of them duplicate what's in the memo, a few don't. So how about if we have general questions that you have and then walk through the memo? Does that sound like a reasonable approach to a fairly complicated kind of thing that we need to get done tonight? I see a few nods and a thumbs up. Without objection, then we'll go to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Alderfield.
Thank you, Chair. Quick clarification before I ask my question. Is it your intent that we go through the memo and save our questions about things in the memo for that phase, or ask them now?
That would probably make sense to do it that way.
I will hold off on my question then. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then let's start going through the memo. The first item in the memo is the GFLU map notes added in response to Plan Commission direction. And these have to do with the Regent Street South Campus Neighborhood Plan. Are there any questions about that? Concerns? Okay, so it looks like that is a go in general, that there aren't concerns. Okay, moving on to number 2, revised language relating to redevelopment of institutional uses. So changes to land use category text for special, institutional, and low residential. And the trade-offs were listed here, and Kirsty went through some of those. And what we heard from staff is they are comfortable with implementing, and that the 10-11 versions would work for both of those. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Is it possible to post the memo? I mean, I can look it on the computer too, but can we show what your...
Certainly. Kirsty, could you pull up the memo, please?
Yes, I will do that.
Thanks.
Okay. Let's see here. So we've got...
So for those that are following, it's page 2. And so it would be the 10-11 version for both of these.
It does continue on to the next page as well to look at the other version. I'll keep it here for now.
Are there questions, concerns, issues with these?
I have a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
Is the term urban services defined on the plan?
I can answer that. I don't think that the term urban services is defined in the plan. I think that, generally, I think we would be considering access to water and sewer services. But would look to others to comment on that as well.
So so those schools and businesses and grocery stores, is that then under amenities? Is that what a definition of amenity will be?
Yes.
I mean, I appreciate the expansion of, pointing out all the things that we're looking for, but maybe it's just my English as a second language. Just I would like more clarity on how we need to prioritize things, especially when we are. It's so important to build places. We often talk about building communities, but we also need to consider putting things in places where the community is already built. That to consider the school access, the access to food, access to all those things that we know are basic needs for healthy living. And when we're making these decisions, we should be able, we need to have that at the center of the discussion as well, to be that specific. So if amenities means all of those things and that is understood by everybody else, then I'm fine with it. But if it's defined somewhere, I will also appreciate that definition.
Heather, is that defined anywhere that you know of?
I don't think amenities is defined anywhere. I think we were dealing with the tension of wanting to hear what the Plan Commission said to make this more flexible, but also make it as predictable as possible. And I think, it's hard to do both things. So, we could make that list longer, but we're hesitant to
it doesn't have to be a longer list, Heather. We can also go back, point to the elements of a
complete neighborhood.
No, the whatever city of what are the elements of a good city or a great city, whatever it is that we are promoting, right? Like we already had that grouping set up, and under those groupings and those labels, there are very specific things, what those things are. So maybe using that language to continue that narrative. What are the elements of the great city? What is our city values? What is our mission for the city when it comes to these type of topics? And maybe perhaps that's a better way to express what I'm trying to say, to go back to that naming convention of the elements of a great city. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Are you suggesting a language change here or no?
Heather, do you want to give a quick thing about the elements of a great city, how we have them broken up by, transportation, the new one that we added for health?
Yes, I think, you're talking about the chapters of the comp plan, the categories within the comprehensive plan document. I'm not sure quite how to go that broad for this narrow of a question. I think what we're wrestling with here is for churches or similar institutions that want to redevelop what types of characteristics might make them more appropriate for medium residential, which is a much denser development pattern than low medium residential. So this is the list we've come up with. I think it would be possible for us to come up with a definition of amenities that included many of the things that you mentioned. We could put together our own definition, the City of Madison's definition of amenities in the comprehensive plan.
Yeah, that would be, I'm okay with that. And we already know what happens when the amenities are lost. When we don't have that, we know the negative impact on that regard. So I like that clarity, if all possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on this particular item? Yes, Alder Field.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to staff for the work they've done offline already, working with me to try to wrap my head around some of these changes. I have a question that may lead to a suggested language change here. I appreciate the list at the end of the October 11th version that to me reads as though it characterizes more of a complete neighborhood. So that does make sense to me when we're talking about more intensive land uses, access to some of these things, in particular by transit. My question is about the portion, the sentence in here that ends with land use, MR land use category could be appropriate for a portion of the site, right in the middle of the paragraph, I think the 6th line. I'm wondering if there was rationale behind specifying that MR could be appropriate for a portion of the site rather than just for the site.
I'll start, and then anyone's welcome to add to this. So when we looked at the group of parcels that fall into this category, Kirsty mentioned there are about 110 of them. They vary in size from a normal urban lot, 5,000 square foot lot, up to many acres in size. And so for many of them, there could be a variety of housing types in a redevelopment of the site. And a higher density may be appropriate for a portion of the site, but not the entire site. The variety among these special institutional sites is large. It's hard for us to kind of distill this down into this half paragraph that you see here, because we're dealing with so much variety, and that invites a lot of consideration about the surrounding context. But in many cases, we felt that a portion of any number of these sites could accommodate a denser style of housing development if the rest of the site were developed at a lower intensity.
Did you have a language change, Alder, that you were thinking of there?
Yeah, I would like to propose a couple of extra words in here. It's a pretty simple change. I'm happy to write it out if that's better. I want to propose medium residential land use category could be appropriate for the site or for a portion of the site, with my intent being that if it is a complete neighborhood and market conditions are the way they are, such that lower story height missing middle housing is unlikely to succeed, that medium residential density is appropriate.
I'm kind of at a disadvantage here because I can't see everybody, but are people amenable to that change? This is going to be a difficult process going through all this and trying to get through it all tonight. Are people okay with that change? Yes, I'm seeing thumbs up. Yes, shaking heads. Yes, okay. Anybody who's not? Maurice is saying neutral. Okay. I saw a lot more yeses than no's, so let's go ahead and go with that. And then, did you have anything further, Alder Field?
Nothing further here. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Heck.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention that while I appreciate Alder Figueroa Cole's comment about being quite descriptive in that list of things at the end of this one, I feel like we're opening a can of worms, and that we'd be, I really think that's a higher level list of things and descriptions of what real communities are that already exist elsewhere in the comp plan, and that we can focus on in the future to bolster that in the right places. But I feel like if we make this a very extensive list, there are a lot of other places that we're going to need to expand the list. So I sort of accept this as imperfect but pragmatic. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would tend to agree with that outlook. Anything else about this? Are people okay with it? I mean, we've got a lot to get through tonight, but we want to do it well and right too. So does it look okay? Further questions, comments? No. Okay, so we're going to move on then. Then revised language for the provision of increased intensity related to LMR. One thing I would like staff to clarify, if we make no change to this, which some people testifying seem to be asking for, then it would still allow for up to 70 dwelling units per acre and 4 stories in these LMR places anyway. So if we make no changes, it would allow for that, this escalator. Am I interpreting that incorrectly? Is that correct, Kirsty?
You are correct.
So if we go with what the testimony has been and make no change in this, it doesn't do what I think people are looking to have done. So other than that, then right now it would just give a little bit more information about using that. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm sorry. So what is the 2-star asterisk exchange that is included there? Is there an exception to that rule? Isn't that a change?
No, that's not it. The yellow parts is what is being amended then by the red part. It would be the red part would go where the yellow highlighted is. So that's the change. If we made no change, then the yellow highlighted would stay just as it is.
Okay, so we are saying not to accept the red part?
No, I'm not. I just wanted to make sure people are clear that that escalator provision is basically there, and the red just provides a different kind of definition.
Okay. Well, I have questions about this. I guess if I can ask a question, I don't know if I was first or Derek was first. I don't know who's in the queue.
So
should I proceed with my questions?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So that part in red there, I'm just trying to kind of get my head around it. Why are we making the exception for the 2023 plan at this moment? What triggered that change?
I can answer that. I think the memo describes it rather briefly, but while staff was considering language for the change relating to redevelopment of special institutional uses, staff also discussed that there is some ambiguity that's similar to that ambiguity that was discussed for special institutional uses. So it just came up while we were kind of going through this draft language. And the purpose is to provide some more predictability when these situations arise. And there is a situation that is ongoing right now, as some of the registrants spoke about, that site on Old Sauk. So yeah, it's just something that staff has proposed to incorporate through this process to provide more predictability.
I'll build on that a little bit. I think the clause related to the area plans is there because I think we as staff came to strong consensus on the fact that we think that the area plan processes are the best places to handle this question about whether a certain parcel should be in the LMR or the MR, future land use category. The area plan processes, two of which are going on now, are really the best way to address it. So we wanted to acknowledge that once an area plan is finished, no longer is there any room for ambiguity. What we hope to do as a city is identify through those area plan processes either or, identify these sites and ensure that through that transparent public process, they're categorized appropriately moving forward. And so as we march around the city the next 8 or 10 years and complete the area plans, what we understand from the Plan Commission is that, hey, we still need flexibility for those areas that aren't yet covered by a contemporary plan. We still need a clause like this in order to provide the Plan Commission with flexibility to consider greater densities. But, once those area plans are completed, we want to lean on them as, this is what was determined in a transparent public process. So that's the reason for the phrase relating to, once it's in an area plan, we're not looking at all of the LMR areas that have just freshly been adopted in a new area plan and considering an escalator clause for them each and every time.
Did you have any follow-ups, Alder Figueroa?
I do. I'm very uncomfortable with this clause, but I don't know exactly, I don't want to make this discussion about the one particular project, but it sounds like that project was considered to make the clause, so I'm just going to have to jump on that discussion. So how does that impact any request coming forward for that particular development in between the West Area Plan and this thing here? Are they already in the system? I mean, they're going to be grandfathered in? How does that impact their process?
Heather, is that you? Do you understand what she's saying?
Yeah, I do. I guess I will look to Ben to answer that as one of the project managers for the West Area Plan. Ben, you'll have a good sense of the timing.
Yeah, I guess I would say right now there's no formal submittal for the project that was being discussed by some people testifying. There's kind of been a preliminary concept that's been publicly presented. Nothing's been submitted to the city. I guess I would say it depends on when a submittal takes place. If they submit something for consideration before the West Area Plan is adopted, I think it would be considered under the current comprehensive plan. And if it's submitted after the West Area Plan is adopted, it would be considered under the West Area Plan, which would be adopted under the area plan procedure as an amendment to the comprehensive plan. So it all comes down to timing, I guess I would say.
So I gather from one of the speakers that they had put in a change of use already, the owner?
Well, yeah, like I said, they have a concept that they have presented in a public meeting, but there has been no city application for a rezoning of the property as of yet. And currently the property is zoned for 1 and 2 family homes.
Okay. And then I honestly don't quite understand what is the confusion about the escalator language. Like, why is that seem to be, what is that so difficult to explain that particular clause and seem to be non-transparent? Like, I cannot understand that either. What is the confusion about that escalator thing without the new language?
I guess I can speak to that a bit as well, and
Thank you,
Heather and Kirsty as well. But I would assume that some folks are looking at the land use map, perhaps, and not kind of referring to the chart and the descriptions and the texts that are in the comprehensive plan, and therefore just seeing what's on the map and maybe not some of the language that goes with the map as far as describing what is possible in some of these areas.
So this is going to be text on the map anyway. So how does that fix the transparency? Adding more text to the text area?
Well, I think the thought is that if the current language that's highlighted in yellow that's in the comprehensive plan is replaced with the language in red towards the bottom of the screen, that it would provide the commission with more guidance by which to judge proposals, as opposed to select conditions. There's some actual criteria in the language for the commission to consider when looking at projects that are proposed in these areas.
I'm going to pause there. I may have to come back, but I want to hear what Alderfield had to say.
Alderfield.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here again, I appreciate and am supportive of the final sentence in the proposed new escalator clause, because again, I think this helps to describe a complete neighborhood or access to a complete neighborhood through transit, and I think that will be important when we're considering higher intensity land use. I have some pretty mixed feelings about the limitation of this escalator clause not applying to parts of the city in more modern area plans. And to echo some of the previous alders' question about that, I guess the improvement in transparency that comes from listing out the conditions that enable the escalator clause would still be there regardless of when area plans in the city have been revised. And I would actually be kind of confused to know where in the city the escalator plan clause would apply, unless we'll be imposing a map, another overlay or something onto the generalized future land use map, showing the dates of the area plans and then showing therefore when they would apply and when they wouldn't apply. If you're comparing the map to the escalator clause, it does seem a lot clearer and more transparent to me for the clause to apply throughout the city.
Any comments about that, Heather, Ben, or Kirsty? Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just say, I think as we're doing these area plan processes, we are doing a pretty thorough review of the land uses. And so as we look at these sites that this clause would currently apply to, we're trying to determine to what extent those sites kind of meet all those characteristics and automatically fold that into the land use considerations that we're looking at as we do these area plans. And so we hope to, kind of apply those criteria to the land use mapping within these area plans. And, that's something we're certainly doing in the West area plan as we look to make revisions. I think this clause that was integrated into the 2018 comprehensive plan was somewhat of a compromise as that was being formulated that has certainly, led to some confusion and discussions throughout the years since. And I feel like there's an opportunity through these area plans to gradually eliminate that confusion and that dissonance a little bit. And I think ultimately, even though there might be some, confusion in between now and when we have a full slate of area plans, that the end result will probably be an improvement over the current conditions and potentially the conditions if we leave that in there. Maybe there's an opportunity as we're adopting these area plans to have some sort of reference map to refer to for which areas are covered by adopted area plans to help guide people. But those are kind of some of the factors that we as staff are looking at as we're drafting this note in red and also as we're undertaking area plans.
And certainly staff would be including that information in their staff reports for Plan Commission. Did you have anything further, Alderfield?
Yes, one follow-up. Thank you, Chair. So, Ben, I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but what it sounded like you described is that you were looking to this list of select conditions when examining parcels in an area plan, possibly for consideration for medium residential as a category, so that would nullify the appropriateness or need of the escalator clause. Is that a fair characterization of your comments, or am I missing the mark?
Yes, that's definitely fair. That's something we're looking at as we do these area plan land use mapping reviews.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Commissioner Heck.
Thank you, Ben. An uncomfortable hypothetical, I'll call it. So as you're making the area plans based on community input, et cetera, I assume there are sometimes conflicts between perhaps what residents would like for a land use designation and what, let's say, staff or other stakeholders might prefer for a land use designation. Who makes that decision in the end?
Well, I mean, ultimately, it'll be up to the Plan Commission and Council as the plan goes through the approval process. Really, as we go through the process, at least for the West Area Plan, as staff, we're certainly seeing some conflicting feedback from the public. Some folks who don't want to see more density intensity within the West area. Some folks that feel that some redevelopment with affordable housing and more intense development is appropriate. As staff, we also are not starting from scratch on these plans. We look back to the current guidance and the comprehensive plan as we're proceeding and look at that as we are drafting changes and recommendations. But yeah, ultimately it would really be up to the boards, committees, and commissions, with the Plan Commission likely as lead, and then the council acting on adopting the final plan to make that final decision.
Thank you. That gave me valuable information.
I have a question on this particular, the red. Why is the generally along arterial streets removed?
I can answer that question. So I think that when this was drafted originally, and I don't remember all of the surrounding context of that conversation, but we included generally along arterial streets as like one of the main factors to consider. But as we were working on coming up with a more complete list of these factors, I think that it was becoming apparent that we didn't want to say that a certain factor has more weight than others. But arterial streets is included in the list. So it's not like it's been removed. It is still in the list to be considered as one of the factors.
Okay, thank you, Kirsty. Alder Govindarj, I can never pronounce it. Govindarjan.
Pretty close. Thank you. Govindarajan. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. Hi, Commissioners. MGR here. Out of everything at this 4-hour meeting, I did not expect this to be the item I would be speaking on. Thank you for all of your effort kind of hosting this long meeting. I am looking at this a little bit, and I guess I really have one concern, and that is with the sentence about the area plans being adopted. I think including that creates a sort of inequity within this that needs to be kind of focused on a little bit. When there is an exception created for just the area plans, you have to kind of realize that the people who go to area plan meetings, though they are important, it's not always accessible to many people. The average age in Madison, or like the median age in Madison, is like 31 years or something like that. You don't see many people at that age or younger than that going to area plan meetings and neighborhood meetings. You don't see that many people coming here and testifying at open forum about those kind of things either. So I think just giving the area plans this kind of, in a way, veto power is it is a big change. And from what I was understanding, it's not something that was supposed to be happening in this process right now. Staff were trying to avoid the bigger changes. And to me, this feels like this is a rather big change. For example, like I want to reiterate, like Alder Bennett earlier when she was talking about Brayton Lott, she said that it was pretty split even about the amount of people who showed up to the neighborhood meeting. A set of established neighbors wanted to keep it the way it was, and then the other half, a much younger amount of people, wanted to see the change and see the limit raised to 10 floors, or what it was. And we're seeing more and more young people come into Madison, and those are the people who are not going to be able to go to these neighborhood meetings and have these area plans adopted with their vision in mind, but they will be the ones affected by it. And I do really reiterate and encourage you to remove that line that gives area plans this kind of semi-veto, maybe. I just think it's a really big inequity problem that needs to be addressed before this is adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions about this item 3? Again, could you stop share screen for a minute, Kirsty? Before we move on, are commissioners comfortable with the change that's being proposed? Alder Figueroa Cole.
I would like to remove the exception from for the specificity about the 2023 area plan, and leave the rest of the definition of it the way it is.
So you're saying to remove
the exclusion,
except for parts of the city with an area plan adopted after the 2023 comprehensive plan interim update. That's
yes. Correct.
Alder Heck.
Thanks. I guess the reason I asked my earlier question is because I was thinking about Plan Commission's role in creating these area plans, and that we have oversight over these land use designations as they're coming up in each area plan, 1 or 2 per year, and that our eyes will be on it. You know, that's not always going to be this group, but then again, I appreciate what MGR just had to say about the power that comes with being able to participate in those processes. So I'm kind of torn. Does Plan Commission assume that we'll have our eyes on each planning process and every parcel as we go through the next 10 years, or do we go ahead and take out that clause and provide kind of a more direct method of assuring other voices are heard? I'm not sure, but I guess at this point I lean towards the latter. To go ahead and remove it.
To remove it.
Likewise.
Okay, it looks like that is a general consensus to remove that. Okay, anything else on this before we go forward? These will all then be folded into whatever the motion is, these changes. Okay, Commissioner Shepherd.
Can we get feedback from staff in terms of removing it, what that might mean? I'm just curious.
Thank you. Good idea.
I guess I can start, and I think I really appreciate the input about, you know, the exclusiveness of area plans also, and I want to acknowledge that and say that, you know, we've taken huge steps toward planning in a whole different way. The area plans now focus on, you know, 1/12 of the city basically, instead of what they used to, very small areas. Many of you have been a part in driving the way that the city is doing its area planning moving forward. I think all our hope is that as we try to find the best places to accommodate our housing needs as a city, we think working within these area planning processes, we're going to have many, many examples where we are increasing the future land use densities from LMR, low medium residential, to MR, medium residential. And we're going to have few places where low residential and low medium residential still make sense for the long term. I think what our hope was in adding that clause is to acknowledge that, hey, once there's an area plan, these decisions are going to be more transparent, more predictable. The colors are going to be on the map. We will no longer have this ambiguity of seeing an LMR area and wondering what that really means. Does it mean 30 units per acre, or does it really mean 70 or more? And so I think that was our rationale for including that sort of cutoff and phrase that, you know, once there is an area plan completed, it gives staff and the city, ultimately the council, that chance to really settle whether an area is LMR or MR and get rid of that ambiguity. So I just wanted to clarify that. I really appreciate the input all around, but our intent was not to lean on the area plans as exclusive processes for residents to dictate exactly what happens in their neighborhoods, and rather, you know, leaning on the very thoughtful effort to find the best places to accommodate additional housing to meet the city's housing needs.
Thank you, Heather.
Kirsty, did you have something you wanted to add?
Very briefly. Yeah, I agree with Heather's comments. I'm not sure who said it, but something about we'd have to wait until we go through all the 10 years to get the area plans adopted. But we would be working on a full update of the comprehensive plan in 2028. So it would be, and we could revisit this topic at that time. So it would be between now and that full update of the comprehensive plan, not until we have all of the area plans adopted.
Ben, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just to add one more thing really briefly. I think I just want to emphasize that the Plan Commission will be reviewing these area plan land use maps as part of the process that they'll go through for approval. And so you all will have a chance to say, we don't think this parcel should be LMR. We think it should be medium residential. And so I think that opportunity to make that firm decision will, I hope, reduce the need or maybe eliminate the need for the ambiguity that's currently present with that escalator clause, because you will be able to determine, you know, what the appropriate land use is. And we'll certainly as staff be making some recommendations, as Heather was mentioning, to likely increase the potential intensity for some LMR parcels and change them to medium residential as part of these area planning processes. So I don't think they're really vetoes of things. It's really an opportunity to re-examine things as we're going through these area plan processes and make the necessary adjustments while we're also making things more clear for both the commission and the public in the future.
Okay, thank you. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I mean, this is not a question, so I don't want to be here all night, but I still don't see how all of those things cannot be accomplished by removing the statement. Like I feel like that's our job to do as to get better at it as years go by. But I don't see how removing that language prevent us from taking that much care of every single plan that comes our way. So I guess I'm not quite understanding the negative impact of removing it. I everything you guys are saying is great, and I don't see how to link that as to removing the line. I don't know what I'm missing here. So,
did Heather or anybody want to comment about that anymore? No. Okay. Commissioner Shepherd.
I was just going to say, I think including once again the area plan once again in that statement just tries to provide some additional clarity, transparency that is part of the process, and that people, again, that makes it clear that again the role that the area plan will play. And I also have to say, I push back against this notion that somehow the area plan again is going to be this veto, and that it restricts the access of people from participating because only basically older people go up and attend these meetings. Anyone, all citizens, you're interested, you're welcome to come. That's just the way I see it. So I don't see, again, and particularly I think in terms of the area plan, as it was explained to us early on, this is really supposed to be a tool that will help, again, the city plan better to coordinate in the different regions of the city to be much more effective and efficient in terms of that planning. So again, I mean, it can go either way in the grand scheme of things. It may not change anything, but I don't see the area plans and keeping that language in here as being detrimental. Again, if it's voted that it should be removed, that's fine. But but the area plans will remain. And I think what Plan Commission and the Planning Division can do is a better job of communicating to the public, what are area plans, when will the meetings occur, and make those meetings as accessible as possible. But again, I can go either way on this. But again, I think the area plans will remain, and we probably do need to do a better job of communicating what the area plans are and how people can once again participate in those issues, along with the Plan Commission doing its job of, again, reviewing these things when they come before us. Thank you.
I tend to agree that it's more transparent leaving it in. Alder MGR.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to address, maybe veto wasn't the right word to use, and I do apologize for that. But I think my intention was just, as many of you I think have understood, is just showing that the neighborhood process is not super transparent the way it is. And I agree with the commissioner who just spoke. It does need to be improved. And yes, obviously it is welcome to all residents. However, when a neighborhood plan is hosted at 2 p.m. and is sent out only by postcards, there's a certain demographic that is not receiving that information. And those are the things that Plan Commission is in charge of. And I really encourage you to look at those problems in a future meeting that does not go till 10 p.m. But I, for the most part, just want to reiterate that it does take away power from a large portion of people within the city that are not able to make these meetings. Not just, it's not a want, it's just that they are not able to. That's all. Thank you.
In the hopes of this not going till midnight, could I have the full screen back, please? Okay, I'm going to ask because it's gone back and forth. How many want to leave in the 2023 plan thing? Hands up. Okay, one person. How many want to take it out? Okay, so it's out for the next time. We've got one person yes, one person So, okay, it's out for when we come to a vote. Item 4. The first one here, the staff could you bring it back up? 4A. Staff is recommending that this not be changed because of the Elderberry neighborhood plan was updated just 5 years ago. And thinking that LMR would be more appropriate if a change is going to be made here. Are there questions about this particular one's comments, concerns? Alder Duncan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to get a better understanding. This is for application 1, 4, 7, and 8, really, of what the criteria is when the staff is looking at things having changed. I'm the alder for District 1, which is 4, 7, and 8. Just in the 2.5 years that I have been here, the amount of growth that has happened residential over in this area is just leaps and bounds. And so I'm trying to understand what it is that has not changed in this area to warrant these revisions.
I can start with answering that question. Ben can jump in or Heather as well, but I think that the applicants included some information about changes that had happened since the NDP, Elderberry NDP was adopted. But the note here is that staff was aware of all of the things that were cited in that application at the time that the NDP was adopted. So while, yes, many things have been implemented since that plan was adopted, they were all, staff was aware of all of those factors, such as the schools being proposed and the other housing developments around in the area. Anything I've left out from Ben or Heather?
I don't
No,
see.
I think that covers it. Yeah.
Ben, did you have something?
No, I was just going to say I think that covers kind of the
Thank
major
you.
factor.
And so is that the same analysis that you all looked at for the Pioneer neighborhood development plan, that's why with the review of 4, 7, and 8, no changes have occurred there to warrant switching those from employment to neighborhood mixed use, high resolution, or community mixed use for 4, 7, or 8?
I think it is the same. And when we're looking at peripheral land use planning, we're trying to look at the whole puzzle, how land uses work together, how street networks will link those land uses together. And I think we're not saying that there haven't been many puzzle pieces added, right, since this plan was done, but we're saying that the framework is still the same. The best location for employment is still the same. Best location for housing is still the same. There hasn't been a major game changer in this area that would warrant mixing or scrambling of the puzzle pieces altogether. That's just an analogy I'm gonna lean on in this moment. Ben, Kirsty, anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, so what I am seeing is that on 4, 7, and 8, staff are basically saying your recommendation is to leave it the same. For 1, you're saying that it would be okay to change it to LMR. Am I understanding this, reading this properly?
That's correct. Yeah. I think I just want to clarify. I'm sorry for scrolling. For 8, the one thing that staff said is we do most support keeping this chain or keeping that site employment, but if Plan Commission would like to make a change, we think that medium residential would be more appropriate than what the applicant asked for, which is neighborhood mixed use.
Okay. So let's go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say for application 1, the recommendation is staff recommends no change to the GFLU map, or at most a change from LR to LMR.
Okay, thank you. Alder Duncan?
If staff is willing to allow the change to MR for number 8, I would like to request that MR be changed for 8.
Okay, so let's take that one first, since you've changing that to MR. Okay. Other input from other commissioners? Thoughts? Okay, could you take it off screen share for a minute, please? Okay, I want to find out from other commissioners. Concerns about changing this to MR? Disagreements? Agreement? Okay, I'm seeing a couple of thumbs up and one. Okay. Okay, so we'll go with that on the vote. And when we bring this up for a vote, if anybody wants to then amend back after reflection, you will have that opportunity. But right now, that's in. Okay, on number 1, let's look at number 1. Okay, so at most, staff are saying LMR, but would prefer leaving it as it is. Any input on this? Alderfield.
So I wanted to say, kind of on the theme of previous comments of mine, that I see the lack of a complete neighborhood out here with amenities, services, transit, etc., to be a pretty good reason not to push for MR. I suppose I'm on the fence about LMR, so I'd be curious to hear what other folks think about that.
Any other thoughts on this one? If not, it stays as it is and as staff recommended it. No raised hands, and we'll move to B, application 4. Staff is recommending no change. Input, comments? Okay, it stays as it is. Application 7, staff again recommends no change. Alder Duncan.
So I appreciate what staff has looked at here with number 7 and the understanding that around that area there is a daycare, there is a fire station, there is the city plant area that is being created. I guess from my standpoint, I just continuously look at as much as housing that we can potentially create in this area with hopes of down the road, some type of transportation coming out to this area would be beneficial to the city. I know that there was conversations that was talked about keeping and saving a lot of employment area, but looking at the map that is there for the far west side, there's a lot of pink already coming down that Mineral Point Lane onto around the Junction Road and Pleasant View Road, and even going all the way down as far as past Blackhawk. And so that's where trying to increase more housing or mixed use areas, I think would be more beneficial for this area, and trying to get that complete neighborhood also that Alder Fields was talking about.
Alder Field.
On this one, I did find staff's point about the industrial use of the public works facility nearby to be pretty compelling. So I'm a little conflicted about this recommendation, about changing this recommendation, I should say.
Any other input? Okay, could we go back to take shared screen away for a minute? Okay, I'm going to ask for a thumbs up on leaving it as it is. You want to leave it as it is, put your thumbs up. Okay, it looks like we leave it as it is. And then we already took care of application 8. I want to hit on some of the things that were brought up in testimony. Nan Fay brought up putting a definition of community gardens in. It doesn't sound like a tough thing. Are people in favor of doing that? Yes. Okay, that's in. The other thing that was brought up, and I don't see that Alder Rummel is still here. And this was one of the things that she had spoken to. One of the things that we were back and forth on when I was part of the discussion was the whole house-like thing. That was brought up again. Any thoughts about leaving that house-like in instead of taking it out on what is now note 1 and used to be note 4? Kirsty, can you bring that up, please, with the cross out and underline?
Yes, it will take me just one moment.
We won't time you.
Okay. Let me see. Okay. All right. So the old map note, it's actually this one right here. What is previously map note 4 is now map note 1. So it now reads, any redevelopment within this LMR area should generally add to the city's missing middle housing stock while maintaining the current single family 2-flat, 3-flat development rhythm.
And I think the point was that this should be talking about the form rather than the missing middle, which it would be if it is in this LMR area. Thoughts? So basically the point was the house-like residential character should be retained. And any redevelopment should generally maintain the current single family 2-flat, 3-flat development rhythm. Okay, any thoughts about that? Leave it as staff have recommended or make a change? Commissioner Heck.
My inclination is to accept the staff recommendation on this. I feel like it's sufficient to give enough flexibility, but yet retain a lot of the existing character of these neighborhoods.
Okay, could we go back to no more shared screen right now? Okay, up with staff, going with staff, current recommendation. Okay, it looks like that's a go with staff. Okay, so we leave that as it is. Alder, no, you went away. Govindar Ajan.
Thank you. Quick question. Is there a city definition for, what was it, like missing middle housing stock?
Good question. Is there a definition? Ben?
Yeah, there's some pretty extensive discussion of missing middle within the comprehensive plan. I don't have the exact page number right now, but there's a section in there and a diagram kind of illustrating what actually constitutes missing middle housing. So that is something that is already in the comprehensive plan.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. I just wanted to make sure it was defined.
Thank you. Kirsty, did you have something to? No.
It's on page 49. That's all I would add.
Wow, thank you. That was quick. Okay. Okay. What I want to do then is find out, is there anything else? Did I miss anything from the testimony that we got, from what your concerns are, or any more questions of staff? No raised hands, and I would be looking for a motion. Alder Figueroa Cole.
I'm not making a motion yet. I'm not expected to repeat everything that we just changed, right?
No, you don't have to. It's incorporating the changes that we agreed upon.
Okay, so then I guess I do the motion. Wow. So okay, so the motion will be to ask the plan commission to accept the changes that we discussed during the review of the documentation and send to council for final approval. Is that it? Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Can't do it? Okay. So staff, we're okay with that? Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Alder Field. Any further discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to Alder Field, your hand's up. Did you have anything? Yes. Okay, Alder Field.
Yep, just a quick point. I want to thank staff for bearing with us as we try to deal with the tension between what I think we're all feeling around the city and the market for property and housing that has gone pretty radically in a direction in the last couple of years and kind of pushing our plans to the edge, versus what I think we all know is that you all are the ones who are, pretty well prepared and to be thoughtful in your recommendations. And we're trying to figure out a balance of those tensions. So I'm very appreciative for the work. I know probably hundreds of hours at this point that you all have put into this process.
Thank you, Alder Field. I think that would be seconded by all Plan Commission members. So thank you for saying that. Any further comments, discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, motion passes unanimously. And do we need to do another motion for number 27? I mean, basically the same one? The same motion. Okay.
It's a really strange state statute requirement to have both an ordinance and a resolution.
Okay. So Alder Figueroa Cole, you want to do it again?
Okay. Motion to accept the changes, to incorporate the changes discussed on the meeting for the area plan and send to council with a recommendation of approval.
Second. Seconded by Alder Field. Any discussion? We'll come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much to commissioners and to staff. That was, a little tough to get through. So thank you. Business by members. Is there any business by members? Seeing no raised hands, secretary's report.
All right, thank you. I will make this brief. At the last council meeting, the council did adopt the Plan Commission recommendations on all items listed. Looking forward to our November 27th meeting. Just a couple of highlights here. First, the CDA, Community Development Authority's Triangle site. The rezoning of that site will be before the Plan Commission without great detail on the proposed buildings that will come in the future. And then I'll mention another one at 421 South Yellowstone Drive, a new 5-story, 83-unit apartment building. Finally, on the 27th, I'll mention out on Hepker Road on the far northeast side, a new plat to create several new residential lots for future mixed use and multifamily residential development. And then on December 11th, the one highlight that I'll mention there is the first on the list, 29 South Mills Street, redevelopment of the neighborhood house on the near west side to construct a new 6-story mixed-use building with 60 apartments. Thank you so much. Look forward to seeing some of you at some budget meetings later this week. Really, really appreciate all of your work on this complicated comp plan interim update process. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. I think a motion to adjourn would be in order. Moved by Alder Figueroa Cole. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Heck. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object, and I'll assume that Alder Figueroa, yeah, okay. So motion passes unanimously. Thank you all, and I will see most of you on November 27th. Take care.